All right. Welcome back to EFL with Heartland League Finals. These are going to be best of one games, and knife round already commenced with Team Kinesis picking up the knife round victory. So we'll be heading into this one on Overpass here. Team Kinesis starting on the CT side, RBG Esports on the T side for the first game of the finals here. Well, of the playoffs, I suppose you could call it. RBG going to be on the T side, picking up two players with full utility. Don't always see that, and looking like they're going to head for a bit of a fake here. G-Manchu, Smoke Flash in the inventory on the B side as they make their way three men through connector, and they will be contesting here shortly with MXJ and three members from Kinesis. In a bait and switch setup here. Alexander going to make first contact. Flash comes over. Alexander caught out, but MXJ in perfect position. Finds the double. Needs to survive. He finds a triple for himself as well. And he's going for even more as Wiz has given himself up here, you would think. But Wiz does find the kill for himself. MXJ only with 3 on the round. Brings it into the 2v2. Contesting long range against the USPs. G-Manchu and Wiz both been taken down very low, but Wiz finds a kill. Welly will trade it back, and it's 7 health versus 11 health for the 1v1. Massive situation to be in here for both sides, and the bomb will be planted, but Welly in position to try and take him down immediately following, as Wiz will contest here close range with the Glock. It's one shot for either player. Should be the frag, especially as Wiz no armor, and he gives the peek. Well, he finds the frag and the round. Counter-terrorist started out. Team Kinesis up 1-0. Interesting setup there from Kinesis with MXJ in the close range corner, playing the bait and switch, and it's actually not an angle where it's easy to find frags. Glock strafing around from close range. You only have the USP in hand, need to land the headshots, but he did exactly that. Found the 3K, put his team on the board, and now RBG Esports are doing the classic. Well, can you even call it classic? Because it's certainly something a little bit more new school. Sorry, I've just had my Counter-Strike crash. Hold on one second. Game, of course, still going. My game just managed to close itself there, so technical difficulties. We restart up, get my way back in there, and see how the round has commenced. And in fact, it's commenced with RBG Esports feeling very comfortable for themselves, already up into the 4v1, so the trade back likely to come out round-wise here, although Alexander has something to say about it, finds one. He's in position to try and stop the bomb plant here. Oni might go down as well, but no. RBG Esports do close it out from the 4v1, tie things up 1-all, and now it's Kinesis back onto the back foot. They're the team that needs to play out of a force buy, and this force buy a whole lot lighter than the force buy we just saw from RBG. As RBG had 2 SGs and an AK to fight with, and not a single rifle on the side of Kinesis to try and do the same. And my Counter-Strike has crashed once more. So I'm going to throw on some music. I'm going to try and fix this issue, and I'll be right back into this one in just a few moments, hopefully.
Nothing to hide. Ask me what's on my mind.
So hopefully we have fixed the issue. Hopefully this has fixed the issue with my game crashing, as RBG has taken their 4th round, so Kinesis yet to answer back after losing round number 2. Simply picking up the pistol round victory, and that's all for now. RBG doing a good job answering back so far, although G-Man Chu still on 0 kills. That's something interesting. But in any case, Kinesis is going to be forcing back into this one yet again. Only the Krieg left on Wreck Monster that they saved in the previous round, where they did take down all 5 members of RBG. So economy for RBG taking a little bit of a hit. If they lose this one, they might have trouble buying into the next. But of course, Kinesis needs to be able to pick up the round victory here to make that important whatsoever. RBG just going for standard map control at the moment. They've got short control already, which means MXJ is more or less trapped here inside of bathrooms. They don't have really anywhere he can go if the collapse comes in, and it does. RBG through top connector. MXJ nearly able to find the double, takes Oni down to 10 HP. And he does get traded out. Wreck Monster finds a trade of his own before going down, and Alexander is here to put the stop to any short control for RBG. He can land the shots, that is, but 3v3, make it a 3v2. RBG answering back, but so does Emmons. Now it's back into the 2v2. It's on to Alexander and Walco here. This contest could make the difference in this round, and Walco going to peek the corner, but pulls his nade out, brings it down into the 2v1. Advantage for Kinesis, and they may be making their way into their first gun round victory of the half. Unless Wiz has something to say about it. Here he is making his way through Monster. Alexander knows he's there, but great shot from Wiz. Brings it into the 1v1, and this is very winnable for him. Emmons only has the MP9 in hand, but he has the element of surprise. Wiz has made noise. Emmons knows exactly where he is, and Emmons won't miss that one. Round goes the way of Kinesis, and they finally make their way back onto the board. However, off the back of the bomb plant for RBG, very likely able to afford yet another buy-up here, and this is going to be where things get very complicated for Kinesis. This is going to be a relatively light buy for them, as 4 members did go down in the previous round. They're not going to have full guns. They're not going to have full utility, and RBG are on a pretty comfortable by themselves. This is where Kinesis can make or break their game here. And the failed smoke, 50 damage done to 2 players on the side of Kinesis as RBG make their way into B. It's going to be on MXJ yet again, alone. Collapse down on from both sides. This time doesn't find a kill, but comes through is Wreck Monster with the Mag 7. Finds 1 and 2. Wreck Monster with the Mag 7 in hand. Call it a swag 7. Brings it into the 4v2 now as Emmons finds 1. And it's on to RBG to answer back. G-Man Chu going to do exactly that. Finds 1 for himself. Pony very aggressive here, maybe able to catch another player off guard. For the time being, Kinesis in the one-man advantage. But for how long, that Molly is going to take down Alexander. That's a Molly kill for himself. And that's going to be a 2v2 now off the back of G-Man Shoot, doing some real work. And it's on a Kinesis now, man disadvantage. But Emmons changes it yet again. Wins the 1v1, brings the 2v2 into a 2v1, and it's Kinesis yet again with the advantage. G-Man Chu needs to find the 4K to close this one out, and he'll do no such thing. Emmons, 3K on the round, and a very, very stressful round there for Kinesis, but important they pick it up as it finally puts RBG back onto the eco and gives Kinesis a little bit of breathing room to build some economy here. Of course, call this an eco. They do have upgraded pistols and some armor, and they're trying to catch Kinesis off guard. Straight through short B with 4. Alexander here with support. They find the first 4 for Alexander. Brilliant round from him, and Kinesis close it out without losing a single member. They tie it up, and that's exactly what they needed to get their feet beneath them here on the CT side. Of course, overpass, a bit of a CT-sided map. You expect the counter-terrorists to have the lead heading into second half. And they're looking to make that one happen as RBG will try and answer back now. Kriegs across the board. Love to see it. And Emmons aggressive again. And once more, he finds the frag. Emmons has been absolutely stellar here on the comeback train so far. And this round, no different. Man advantage for Kinesis. They've gotten a few of those recently off the back of Emmons with some big plays. And Emmons looking to make another one for himself, but Walco shuts it down this time. Welly with the trade, though, keeps the man advantage in favor of Kinesis, and he will be able to back off into safety as well. Great round here so far from Kinesis, although a couple of their members hit down very low. Even though they're one man up, it might not feel much like it. Welly and Alexander both down around 40 HP. We're still going to have to play out of it. Single smoke down towards long A causes a rotate from 2 players. And RBG with no intent to hit towards A. This could end up being put very, very heavily in the hands of MXJ here. Trapped on the B bomb site, just about all alone. He's got good position though. He's in pit. Can try and find a frag and fall off. And one frag would likely put a close to this round. Spotted out Welly, but didn't find the shot. Not able to land it from pit either. The bomb will be planted. MXJ just trying to survive in pit and allow the retake to come through, but he can't. All 3 kills go the way of RBG, and now Wreck Monster wondering what happened to his team. 1v3 to play out of, and a very tough one at that, but starts with the first one. He knows the location of one more, but Pony closes it out, and RBG do not give up the lead. They take it right on back, 5-4. I believe there are 3 games going on right now, 2 or 3 games going on at the same time, and we'll be catching the winners of the first game. So we're going through, it's elimination bracket, and we'll be catching Front GG. Should they win their current game, we'll be catching them in the next one, I believe. Kinesis not starting out this round very well as Welly down on 39 HP from team damage, but Emmons looking to change it up a little bit. Oh, they didn't full clear party. Emmons should be able to find at least one. That's exactly what he's going to do. Bomb down, but now he's got to find more. He's trapped in, and Walco is going to find the frag on him. Trade right back. Walco wants more, and he does. Walco with the 2K, and he's hunting for more. Hungry for more as Alexander around the corner, and Walco takes him down as well. You can see exactly why RBG is winning this one. Some heroics from Walco rather, give them the one-man advantage, although Wreck Monster trades it back, brings it back to 1 again. Bomb down. He needs to make the play. Nearly found it, but can't. Walco with the 4K and gives RBG Esports the 2-round lead and puts Kinesis on to the eco. Massive round from Walco to bring them back into it. And this is looking very troublesome here for Kinesis. Kinesis this time around trying to collapse on Walco. Close in connector, but Walco with the Krieg in hand finds the double, and Emmons down on 4 HP. This is just about a gimme round here for RBG, although Emmons somehow finds the dink on a Wiz anyways. They'd be happy to find a single frag at this point, and unlikely to do so. Wiz is the only member of RBG that has even found a point of damage. It's unfortunate here for Kinesis. They found a way back into the round, or into the game, brought it back to 4-4, and they had every chance to bring it even further, but just got absolutely smacked down by Walco in the last round. Put them onto the eco, and RBG going to run away with this one for the time being. Bring it to 3 rounds advantage. They do so in style as well. That is the 5-0 that they win out from. And Kinesis now, they're in a tough spot. Obviously, they want to be buying up here, but look at the money. They're going to be going for a very light buy. It's going to be no ops on the board. Very unfortunate as Emmons has been stellar with that op in hand. It's just going to be 5 M4s and not full utility either. They need to make some aggressive plays to try and mitigate that factor, and that's exactly what MXJ will do this time around. Straight through Fountain, he's going to clear out Playground. This is a lot of information, but is it in time as RBG make their way out into the B side, and Wreck Monster only finds one. Almost found the double, but the trade back does keep things even, and MXJ's play will come into factor here as he finds a kill, and he will be able to get back safely. So man advantage easily and firmly secured by Kinesis for the time being. And in fact, Emmons, he might make another play for himself. Straight through Squeaky, finds one, and he'll be able to reposition as well. Brilliant from Emmons yet again. 4v2, it's the 2-man advantage now for Kinesis. Not for long, make it a 1-man advantage as Emmons goes down. And once more, RBG Esports going to be playing out from a 1-man advantage in the 2v3. Disadvantage, rather, in the 2v3. They will be making their way into the empty bomb site. Welly has something to say about that. He wants to race his way in. Unable to make it in time, and the flank will come into play. MXJ with Wreck Monster, or Alexander on the flank, and now it's all on Wiz. He finds one. Alexander swinging, does find the trade. Kinesis will pick up another round for themselves, bring it back within 2, and this is incredibly important that they can string these together, as RBG still has the ability to bring it to double digits this half if they close out the remaining of the 3 rounds. And they've got plenty of money to make these incredibly tough rounds for Kinesis to pick up, as they've got another buy-up coming through, and Kinesis still unable to afford an op, so they'll need to do more work with the rifles. RBG seemingly having the better of Kinesis when rifles are in play. The ops from Kinesis, never mind. Emmons with the rifle in hand, spray down 2K, and he's hungry for more. Around the corner, nearly catches Pony off guard as well. Pony will just barely get his gun out in time and find the frag. However, 1-man advantage yet again for Kinesis. It seems like every round, like clockwork, Kinesis starts it out with the 1-man advantage. This time it's a 4v3, and this time Welly wants to make it even more. Kinesis, plenty of map control for themselves for the time being. 2 players in towards short, and G-Man Chew could bite off a little bit more than he can chew if he makes his way out through connector. That's exactly what he's going to do. Flash through. Oh, one more step forward, and he likely would have come into contact with 2 members of Kinesis. Instead, he thinks he's done a good job selling the fake and the presence on short B. Unfortunately for him, little does he know that is not a very effective fake job. Kinesis is fully aware that short control is not very well in the favor of RBG. Execute's going to come out this time. Wreck Monster, he has some support from Welly, and Welly will make first contact to find the kill. Wreck Monster trades some damage and does find the frag, and Kinesis find the round, bring it back within 1, do so convincingly as well, and they can still win this half. 8-7 is on the table if they can pick up the last 2, and this one seems a little bit like a gimme as RBG completely broke. Just going to go for a very light pistol buy. A-rush is the call here for RBG to try and catch Kinesis off guard, and they will catch Welly off guard, but the frags still go the way of Kinesis. No, 2 for 2. Guns will be secured by Kinesis. Now they're going to have to go for the by RBG rather, and they're going to have to go for the retake now. 3v3 into the A-bomb site, make it a 3v2. MXJ through the smoke, finds a kill for himself. And although RBG will find the bomb plant, it's going to be a very tough one to try and hold this 2v3 with only pistols and an MP9 in hand. MP9 can get work done, but if you have no armor, that aim punch is going to be killer. However, Wolko with the Krieg finds the first headshot, gives himself some space. Gives his team some space as well. It's both players from Kinesis through middle, and they're going to be able to find one. Wreck Monster not able to find the double. Wiz closes it out, and the round that looked like a gimme for Kinesis goes the way of RBG, and they secure the half lead, 8-6. Now with the guaranteed victory of the half for RBG secured. It's just the difference between 8-7 and 9-6 now to work from. And this time around, RBG trying to get a little bit of long control for themselves. It's Kinesis that wants to contest through in connector. RBG only been sending one player connector early round for the most part. And that one player certainly can be collapsed on, but two players will come down through top connector for RBG. And that's where things have gotten a little bit troublesome for Kinesis in the past. There's the molly down as RBG looks through top connector. Walco trying to secure bottom connector. He is able to find one for himself before going down. And now Emmons is trapped in. Two members here for RBG to put a stop to him, and they will. There's the double, and Welly trying to trade things back for himself. And he's trying to get hungry. He wants to line up a multi-kill situation here. He's going to be able to find one. Hex for the trade. Well, he nearly finds it, but he can't. Takes Hex down to 12 HP, but still, RBG will secure the man advantage into the 3v2. This is something that hasn't been too often happening in this game. Usually it's Kinesis with the man advantage, but at least they have the HP advantage as Pony and Hexed with 15 health between the two of them. Just one bullet could take them both down in a collateral. Very winnable here for Kinesis, even with the man disadvantage. And they'll take down the one high health member for RBG. Wreck Monster turns into the 2v2. This molly nearly catches Pony, but he gets out in time. And he just needs to land one bullet on both members. But the boost, actually, RBG, they know something's up with that boost coming through. Hex is going to be able to find one. It's on Alexander now, 1v2, and he taps it. He wants to stick it, but he has no kit. He has to play out through the smoke, and RBG finds it anyways. Even with 15 health, they pick up the 2v2, and they take the lead into second half, 9-6. Going to be a pivotal pistol round for Team Kinesis to be able to pick up now as they're down by 3, and a very interesting strat from RBG as they make their way out through Monster. This could be a firing squad as RBG run into 4 members there, but they're still able to get a trade and fall off. Now it's Kinesis that wants to make the play through Monster, and they find the double entry. G-Man-Chu now on the flank, wants to trade back. He's able to catch MXJ off guard, and he finds the frag as well. Man advantage no longer. It's a 2v2 on the retake for RBG, but not for long. Trade back. Wreck Monster finds one for himself, and it's on a Hex now. 1v2. And Wreck Monster closes it out as well. 4K for Wreck. Round for Kinesis, and they bring it back within 2. Likely to bring things back to a tie very quickly, unless this force buy here works out for RBG. RBG had a very interesting strat. You see a few professional teams do that. It's become a little bit flavor of the month as a strategy recently, and it nearly worked out for them, but they did run into the stack. Kinesis had essentially a full counter to that play in their setup outside Monster with 4 members there. Into this one, no counters so far, brought down into the 4v4. Team Kinesis trying to close this one out. They did have a little bit of trouble dealing with the ecos from RBG when they rarely came through on that T side. Went 1 for 1 against the ecos of RBG in first half. Actually 1 for 2, as we remember. Team Kinesis did in fact win pistol round and lose second round of first half as well. Devastating to see them do the same thing in second half, as what is usually a guaranteed 4 to 6 rounds turns into only 2. This time around, RBG haven't found themselves an advantage yet, but they do have information. Kinesis just made noise, and now they start walking. This is so much information for RBG, as Kinesis need to make their way in. 2 members injured. Walco wants to find a frag here. He does find one. Swings, looking for more. He will be traded out, but still the HP is such a tough situation for Kinesis, and Pony could make it happen. All three members of Kinesis low on the health. Pony, even in the 1v3, this is more than winnable for him here. However, Alexander going to stop that one in its tracks, bring it to 8, and RBG now will be on an eco instead of a force buy. This should be Kinesis tying things back up, and this is going to get very competitive heading into the end game of this one. RBG, 4 USPs and a P250, and they are able to catch Emmons off guard. Regardless, he does find one, and MXJ finds 2, and this is a closeout cleanup round now for Kinesis. However, RBG, they did find just about all they could ask for in a round like this. Even 2 kills is more than you can ask for when you have 4 USPs and a P250. Doing a gimmicky play like that, straight out rushing through connector to catch the player in water off guard. Worked out well for them. Caught Emmons off guard, and finding the 2K is what they were looking for. That will force Kinesis to not have this gimme third round. Of course, what I mean by gimme is if they had that SMG still in hand, they didn't have Emmons having to rebuy up alongside MXJ. Likely, they would be able to buy up off of even a loss into round number 4 here of second half. But Instead, we have Emmons and MXJ both down on not enough money to buy up should they lose this round. And although the Terracide could force, it would be a fairly light buy, and RBG may be able to string some rounds together. But regardless, 9-all is the score. Tied up heading into the gun rounds of second half. This is anyone's game to take. And if we take a look at the scoreboard here as we wait through the pause, we've got a couple players on both teams pretty drastically under the top fraggers. You've got Wreck Monster and Emmons leading the way for Team Kinesis, while Welly, MXJ, and Alexander are down around 9 and 10. The other side, Welko, Pony near the top. Wiz, Hext, and G-Man Chu not really picking up the slack all that well so far. That round does commence, and Team Kinesis going quickly out towards long A, trying to get fast control, put the pressure on to RBG as they stack themselves up in towards bathrooms. And this could end up going very poorly here for RBG if they're caught off guard. But G-Man Chu not able to really contribute on the scoreboard so far, but the information he just gained towards long A could be pivotal as Kinesis make their way through. G-Man Chu, great location to try and put a stop to it. Dodges the flash, out through, doesn't win the gunfight. 1 for 1 as the bathroom's control goes the way of RBG, but they're not able to win any of the other gunfights, and it's a 4v3 now. Emmons trying to make it a 4v2 if he can. Wiz close range in the bathrooms, needs to take down Evans, whiffs the shot and goes down. Now it's a 2v4. Make it a 2v3 to work out from for RBG, but Walco remains the last man alive. And in bathrooms, they know it's coming. Emmons in position, does go down. 1v2, very winnable. He's even got a kit to play through, but Wreck Monster, it doesn't matter if you've got a kit if you can't touch the bomb. Kinesis, first team to get to double digits, and they make their way to 10, up by 1, and putting RBG now back onto the eco, and this is where it gets very terrifying if you're RBG. You lose this one without at least getting some economic damage done, and you're looking at a team that can buy up 2 or even 3 rounds in a row before they have to save, and that is such a tough spot to play out of on any CT-sided map. Even Train, even Nuke, no matter how CT-sided it is, the terrorists can start stacking buy-ups. That's where you have to start to get worried. Being said, they make their way into the B bomb site, looking pretty good here for Kinesis. They've taken some damage, but only one member has gone down before the bomb will be planted. And should MXJ survive, this round will be a cleanup for Kinesis, and that's exactly what will happen. What started out looking not so bad for Kinesis in this round, or for RBG rather in this round, ends up with Hext alone in a 1v4, 1 HP to his name. And honestly, at this point, I'm sure he'd be happy to hold on to the CZ and at least have some armor heading into the next round. Of course, they have plenty of money they will be picking up based on the 5-round loss bonus, but never have enough, as $1,000 is $1,000. I'm not a professional CS player, but $1,000 is $1,000. And instead, he just sacrifices himself to the C4 overlords, gets himself killed for nothing, and Kinesis bring the lead to 2. This is a pivotal round for Kinesis, or for RBG rather, to be able to pick up here as they buy up all the way down on all 5 members. And they're down by 2, and this would be down by 4, staring down a potential match point should they lose this one. All the pressure is on to RBG for the time being. This time around, they stack 3 towards the A side, but it's B that Kinesis wants to be hitting towards with 4 members straight through Monster. They try and catch them off guard. There's one. Walco, he's given up his location already. He won't be able to defend the bomb site as he gets smoked off. This should be a bomb plant for Kinesis, but the rotate is coming through. Wiz with the op, going to make his way into heaven. 2 players down through CT. Yet to boost up. Kinesis wants to get aggressive and contest into Graffiti here. That's exactly what they do. The double peek works out for them. Alexander with the 2K, and this is a man advantage into the retake yet again for Kinesis. 3v2. Walco goes down, and Wiz, last man standing, he's going to want to try and hold on to his op. Kinesis will bring the lead to 3, and they'll start to close this one out on the weaker of the 2 sides, you would think. But when you get off to a good start, it can be hard for the counter-terrorists to get any sort of foothold. And as Kinesis pick up 6 rounds in a row, that's exactly the trouble for RBG. Another timeout comes through here for RBG. They really can't find anything successful for themselves in this half. Last round, they tried to stack a little bit heavier over to the A side as Kinesis had a full stack A push on the initial gun round. And unfortunately, it was responded to by Kinesis going for a full stack B push. And this is the type of play that works very well against less coordinated teams. Kinesis, 2 gun rounds in, both gun rounds, as I mentioned, have been full stack pushes. One towards long A, one towards Monster. And if you catch teams that are trying to do these setups, these little cutesy setups like RBG tried to do, playing 3 over to the A side, getting aggressive, trying to get some information, but not in time did they find the information. And on the B side, they simply didn't have strong enough of a hold. They were in awkward locations to try and put a stop to the B push, and it didn't work out for them. And this time around, 4 members for Kinesis towards B, 1 member for RBG there, and he gets taken down unceremoniously by Welly. Bomb should be planted, and the retake will try and come through here for RBG, but already been spotted out is every single member, and MXJ puts a stop to that attempt. 3 for him, 2 for Welly. The lead does get brought to 4, and RBG, this is their final chance to answer back before they do stare down defeat. 13-9. This is where they have to make it happen. Again, 5 rifles for Kinesis. This time around, Wiz with the op in hand. He's the one that wants to make a play for some information. And what he's going to find is that there's not a single player for Kinesis towards the short B pipe. It's Connector that Kinesis wants to take control of. And they will do so successfully as they try and collapse down into bathrooms. There's a lot of information for them. However, RBG have gotten a lot of information for themselves as well. Walco heard them run through Connector. The rotate will come off for them as well. It will be 3 members for RBG towards the A side, but they are very spread out. G-Man shoot, solo towards long. Pony, solo towards gravel. And if G-Man Chu goes down, oh, did here, MXJ. MXJ finds a kill, though. And now G-Man-Chu, his location has been given up. He needs to find the spray down. He finds one, but he can't get away. Needs to contest, and MXJ wins it. 4v3. Pony now in bathrooms. Needs to make the play. Finds one. On to Welly. Finds two. Massive play for RBG as MXJ is now the last man standing. And not for long as RBG finally make their way to double digits, and they finally pick up a CT side round. Now the question that has haunted counter-terrorist sides in situations like this for years, can we make it happen again? Can we replicate that success? And as they make their way over to B, Kinesis does rather, becomes a very tough question. RBG did go for connector control a little bit. G-Man-Chu gave a little bit of presence before falling off, and that puts some fear into Kinesis, as they only have short B control, and Welly working his way alone towards long A. He will find long A empty, and that is a major factor into the way this potentially could work out. Welly could throw a bit of a fake, and RBG has been fast on the rotates so far. But for the time being, they do have 4 members stacked up on the B side. And Kinesis trying to make their entry, trying to make something happen on their own. Alexander up towards Sandbags, spots out Pony, but it does not work out for them or anyone else on the side of Kinesis. 3 for 0 as RBG find all the entries, and now it's Kinesis to work their way out of a 2v5. Emin's still alive, does find one for himself. That's a big entry, and he should be able to secure the bomb off the back of that frag as well. Gives himself a chance into this one to maybe even find a bomb plant. As he spots out Welko, he will go down, and RBG looking to pick up their second in a row. Though Welly has something to say about it, finds one. That is all he will find, and RBG do pick up their 11th. They're starting to string some rounds together, and now the question mark is on Kinesis' heads. All they found their gun round victories off of were hard, aggressive plays with full stacks heading in one direction, and now they start to wonder if those will continue to work out. RBG starting to get a bit of a read on Kinesis in this half. Kinesis not going to change anything up quite yet. They stack up on the B side. Pony gets the information towards Playground. That could make a difference, but the B hit will come out regardless. And Alexander going to run into Hex. Hex trapped on barrels here, and there's no molly to push him out. The rotate can come through. They have plenty of time to do so, and Hex even throws the smoke down. This is looking so good for RBG. Able to delay for a long time, and Alexander through the smoke. He's going to be able to find one. Spins for more. Finds a second. Team Kinesis with the entry into the B bomb site, the stacked bomb site as well. They will be able to get the bomb plant with the man advantage. And they're going to be fighting against the retake. RBG, they have the flank coming through. Pony might not be expected. This timing is very fast. Wreck Monster will try and clear it. He won't be able to find the kill. Pony with the double, nearly the triple. It's going to be a 2v2 now on the retake as Alexander finds one. G-Man-Chu goes down, and Kinesis do finally put one back on the board. They answer back, bring it to 14-11. And RBG, look at the money here. They're going to have a pause coming through, and it's a question mark. Do they go for the buy-up here? Do they put all their marbles in the round number 26 basket, or do they save, hold on, and try and force overtime? This is a tough call to make here with it all on the line, but RBG are in fact going to put it on this round. They're going to go for the buyout. Off into the hands of Walco. M4 and FAMAS on Wiz and Pony, but G-Man-Chu and Hex, they're going to be drawing the short straws here as they both have to buy up MP9s, and this is going to be all on RBG, able to find the gunfights, able to win the gunfights as well. And this is a pretty tough one to decide who's going to win this one, as Team Kinesis still love to favor that stack push-up, even against pistols from RBG. And if the stack push comes out and they find the gap, they find the weakness in RBG, it could be lights out for RBG's hopes in this round. Aggression from RBG towards playground and middle. The aggression does not pay off as well. He finds an entry, and Pony is going to need to come up big here, but the flash puts him out. He's still able to find a kill while blind. That's a major kill for him to find, even as he goes down. That gives his team a chance into this round. Only a one-man advantage for Kinesis for now. And man, if that M4 had 40 bullets, he might have found himself a blind 4K. They were all four lined up, and he had just about enough to find it, just barely couldn't. Now it's the 2v4 to play out of here for RBG, and they're not stacking a single bomb site. If they stacked up towards B, this could go very well in their favor. Instead, it's going to be G-Man-Chu alone on the B bomb site. Needs to pull off some heroics as Kinesis make their way in, but full blinded. He does not go for the blind spray, and it does not work out for him. It's all on to Welko, 1v4, and he wants to hold on to his op here. He doesn't even want to go for this round. He knows this one is essentially unwinnable. All he wants is to bring the op into the next round and give them a chance to force overtime. But MXJ has other thoughts in his mind. Going to be able to take him down. 15-11 is the scoreline, and RBG have very little chance to bring this one back. Look at the buy-up here for RBG. A Scout, 3 MP9s, and a Deagle to try and play out of. This is such a tough spot. Now, if they could bring this one back, they were starting to get some sort of foothold into the half after they won a couple of gun rounds for themselves. They were just too low on economy. They couldn't get themselves in a situation to buy up after a round loss, and one unfortunate defeat was all it took. Into this one, they do find themselves an advantage. That is fairly rare for RBG. Throughout the entirety of this map, Kinesis have been the team that usually finds the entries. This time around, they are able to trade back, though. Alexander brings it back into the 4v4, out through Monster. The rotate will come through for RBG. The bomb site will be insecure of Kinesis for the time being. G-Man-Chu forced back in pit. Welko not able to support. He's fully smoked off. The rotate and the retake will have to come through eventually. G-Man-Chu, other ideas in mind, wants to prevent the bomb from being planted entirely, and he does find a kill for himself, but all members of RBG go down in the meantime. It's on to Pony, and not for long. 16-11, Kinesis will secure the game, and what looked so dire for them heading into second half, down 9-6, they brought it right on back. They won so many rounds in a row. That was 7 rounds in a row to initiate the T half there. And although RBG was able to answer back with 2, that was all they would find for their CT side. 10-2 is the outcome of the second half of that game. And Kinesis will move on over top of RBG Esports. So I believe we may still be waiting on the outcome of the Front GG game to understand which match we'll be casting following that, heading up into the next game. We'll be heading into another best of one very shortly. We just need to be told which one it will be. We won 16-6. All right, so it should be Front GG versus Kinesis, or did Front GG lose? I'm not sure which team, which player's on. Front won. I know Kinesis won, Blakers. I'm aware the Kinesis won. That is the game we... Front one, yeah. All right, so it'll be Front GG versus Kinesis. I believe should be the next game we catch on stream. Don't quote me on that one, but I know you will. I'm pretty sure that's the next game we should be casting here, and it should start shortly. But until then, I'll throw on some music and we'll take a short break, and I'll come back at you once we have the information on exactly when this next game will be playing. All right, so it will be Front GG versus Kinesis. I was correct in my initial assumption. That was quick information coming through.
Nothing to hide. Ask me what's on my mind. Your love, boy, you might find.
about to go live here. Knife round, in fact, is currently live for Front GG versus Team Kinesis. Now, you generally think the knife round is fairly insignificant. However, when one team wins with all 5 players alive, you have to start to think that they have simply superior teamwork to their opponent. Just joking. Okay. Front GG will start on the CT side. Team Kinesis, I didn't mention this, but Emmons is the man that got probably the most ridiculous pistol fork I've ever seen in my life at a LAN I casted. In any case, heading into this one, entry for Wreck. What a ridiculous double dink. And now it's back to try and hold on. He doesn't find a single one. Wreck with the double entry on T-Pistol, making things happen. Now it's the 3v4 retake to come in here for Front GG, but look at this, B-Wills making his way into a firing squad around the corner, and the firing squad will reign supreme. Team Kinesis pick up pistol round, and they take the lead 1-0 on T side of Nuke. I believe that pistol round entry for Wreck was in everybody's nightmare ever. But in any case, into the upper bomb site, go Kinesis, and all the frags go the way of Front GG. Trade back of the rounds maybe coming through, as they're now back into a 2v4 to work out from, making it 2v3 in fact, as Blakers does go down. Over SGM trades one back, and it's MXJ now to go clutch, 1v3. This is a pretty tough situation to be in, as all 3 members know exactly where he is, and they begin to close in, and they do so successfully. SGM finds the frag, Front find the round, and similar to the first game that Kinesis played today, where they won CT Pistol, went up 1-0, and got brought right back down to reality, as it was RBG that actually won the second round of the entire game. This time, Front GG does it. Right on back to Kinesis once more. And Kinesis will force into this one, but T-side Nuke forcing into a round. Unlikely victory that is, as they've already lost 1 member, and SGM looking to take down some more with the M4 in hand, long range. However, the lobby play does favor Kinesis as they find an entry. SGM is just trying to make the outer play favor Front GG. He's found another one for himself, and although you have the advantage at long range with the M4 in hand, you still feel pretty terrified to fight against a Deagle on top of Twinkie. You can easily lose that one. 1 bullet will take you down. So people oftentimes try to avoid that, as SGM down on 20 HP has already found another kill for himself. And he will eventually go down in the process. So at the very least, Front GG will take an economic hit in their victory of this round, but not a huge one, as they do so with 3 members remaining. And Team Kinesis will go down by 1. And now they'll be forced onto a light eco. So that was their chance to do some real economic damage and potentially find the round victory. Fortunately, did not work out for them, and this time around they have 4 Glocks and a Deagle to work with. It's a much lighter buy-up to go for this time around. And in fact, Front going to go very aggressive here. SGM all the way out to Big Red. This is something that you do see being a little bit risky, but they want to bring the pain to Team Kinesis and show them some aggression. And although it's just against the pistols, that aggression can still shape the way your opponents play as they move into the gun rounds, and shaping the way Kinesis is playing into this one, as they do not find a single kill for themselves. 5 for 0, Front GG taking down round number 4 in an impressive way, as Kinesis now will have to fight back against a counter-terrorist side that has already built some economy for themselves. So Pretty devastating situation for Kinesis to win that pistol round and start to think that you could be the team leading that economy, putting your opponents on the back foot early on, which is so important on CT-sided maps like this, but instead they lose second round, and now they're the team in some trouble. And in this round as well, as SGM has taken down MXJ to 10 health, and unfortunately for him though, Emmons answers it right on back with the frag. So Emmons puts his team in the lead before going down as well. Wills changes it into a 4v4 and make it more like a 4v3.5. Let's look at the HP on Emmons, or MXJ rather, and Wreck Monster, both taken down very low. And they're going to need to find an entry here quite quickly if they want to make anything happen. They want to stop this round for turning into a disaster. It's Blakers in the corner here. He will get smoked off, so ramp control will go the way of Kinesis, and Blakers spray through the smoke does not end up going well for him. Kinesis give themselves a chance into this one, and it's only Beck to try and hold on to the lower bomb site. It's going to be pressured in on. If they clear the corner, he could go down, and that's exactly what's going to happen. Wreck with yet another entry, this time in lower. Krieg in hand gives his team the advantage, and it's going to be the retake for front 3v4. This time, rifles against rifles. Last time we saw this, it was pistol round. Still, Kinesis low on HP. They can be taken down by just a few bullets, but they won't, as they find 2 entries for themselves, and now Bwills 1v3 to take it back. However, still injured on Kinesis. Doesn't matter. Wreck with another entry for himself. The 3K on the round, and Kinesis find their second. Wreck Monster. Entry machine. You thought I was going to say entry monster, but you know what? That was just too easy of a pun. Able to get so many entries for his team and really give his team a chance into this round. Unfortunately, MXJ taken down doesn't give Kinesis too much of a chance into this one, as they're now down into the 4v5 and they have to play out of it. But it's Welly to give themselves a chance this time around. Finds the frag onto Blakers and brings it back into the 4v4 front. Getting a little bit over-aggressive there with the man advantage on a map where you feel like they have an advantage to begin with. Brought into the 5v4. Blakers just gave it back up, but D-Will's now trying to bring it back in their favor. Finds one. Trade back from Emmons. He only needed 1 bullet, and he did it perfectly. 3v3 now. On a map like Nuke, 3v3 is very tough to play out of. There's so many angles you have to cover on CT side of Nuke. There's so many angles the terrorists can get into. And if you don't have everything covered, you can get shot right in the back of the head very easily. At the very least, front, they did control lobby. SGM knows they're all outer, so they don't have to worry about several different angles. But Beck needs to worry about a lot here towards Hell. Unfortunately, worry was not enough as he goes down, and SGM goes down as well. Round looking in very well in favor of Kinesis, as now it's Ainge to try and make this one back. 1v3. Bomb will be planted for free. Door open just gives away his location, and Kinesis should be able to collapse down on him shortly. Flash comes through. He blinds himself, and Alexander closes it out. Tie game now 3-all, and Kinesis do put front GG back onto the eco. This is looking very good for Kinesis as they start to build some economy for themselves as well. They should be able to bring this one to 4-3, if not more than that, as front into the next round will not have the most comfortable buy-up of all time. But gonna have to win this round for that to become a factor, as front do find the entry for themselves, bring it into a man advantage. That being said, they did show their hand as they had all 5 members in mini, and Kinesis now know it. They brought Welly into lower, but if Welly loses this one, oh my. This is the same way Kinesis went down and lost a couple of anti-ecos on overpass. This time around, they do not lose the second member, but that was by the skin of his teeth there. An errant bullet from the side of Blakers could have changed the entirety of this round. Instead, the round will be going fairly easily the way of front GG, unless Beck has something to say about it, and he does. Finds one for himself before going down. Nearly finds a second, in fact. Took Beck, or Welly rather, down to 30 HP in the process. So at the very least, Front GG is going to be able to do some economic damage on this round and take Kinesis down to 3 members. Hopefully for them, they can take it down to 2. Put themselves in a position to maybe try and force Kinesis onto an eco a little bit sooner. Instead, Rec closes it. And Kinesis do pick up the lead, and look at the money in the bank here. This is what you have to be ever so worried about when you're on the CT side. Front GG bought down around 0 on the majority of their team, and Kinesis with stacks and stacks of cash in the bank. It's going to be very tough for Front GG to string some rounds together, and the play comes out. Rush towards upper, but they abort. The Molly in hot, aborted the hot play, but they still make their way out through Squeaky, and the frags go the way of Front GG. 3 for Bwills, and the trades do not come back for Kinesis, as 4-4 is the scoreline, and they do it impressively. Front, with 3 members alive, make a major hold onto the A bomb site, and that is a statement of a hold. The rotates were there immediately, and Kinesis couldn't get anything working for themselves. Time around, Kinesis is going to slow it down a little bit once more. Front will be able to force an eco out if they can beat Kinesis this time. That is a very important aspect of this round. However, Welly will give themselves an advantage as he makes his way into lower. B Wells, there was an opening, there's a major gap in that smoke, but the flashes are perfect from Kinesis. He might not have even realized that they crossed. Gives a major advantage to Kinesis as they take down the frag on a Blakers as well. They're going to be making their way into the lower bomb site, and it's only Beck to hold on. Out through window, he finds one. Emmons with the trade. Massive trade for him to find, and that opens up a hole in the lower bomb site the size of a free bomb plant for Kinesis. As SGM is the man to rotate in. He's millimeters from catching that bomb planter, but he knows exactly where he is. Emmons going to find the frag anyways. 4v2 now for Kinesis, and Front GG may begin to consider saving in this situation. Even if they go for it, they're very unlikely to find anything more than a single frag, as Emmons takes down Bwills, and Ainge should be going down for the save as well. Kinesis will bring the lead back to their hands. 5-4 once more, and Front going to be forced on yet another ego. This is devastating for Front, and this is the situation that can so often happen when you pick Nuke. Monster bragging about 120 word per minute, like it's not more impressive to have 140. It's Front GG are under the pistols, and they found a ton of nade damage on a Kinesis, but unfortunately Kinesis is just winning all the gunfights. When it comes down to it, Kinesis is the team that can win the aim duels, and for that reason Front GG is simply not finding ways into rounds, as all they found in this one was a single kill off the back of the Krieg picked up in the last round, and Kinesis will find their 6th round. And a double op play going to come out for Front. This is not something you see very often. This is in fact incredibly rare on Nuke. Inferno, maybe. Mirage, more likely. And Dust 2, of course. But Nuke with the double op makes the rotates a little bit tougher, as Nuke is a very rotate-heavy map. Oftentimes you see teams not even go for a single op. But Front has a different idea of it. They have a different read of the way this one plays out. One op in heaven, one op towards ramp. The problem is, if the smokes come down, drop towards outer, and the cross to secret is going to come through, it can be very tough for Front to rotate around into it. However, aggression coming through from secret. B Wills looking for something here, as SGM does get pushed back. Wills is going to be able to find a kill for himself, but can he get out alive? In fact, he can. MXJ not going to be able to put a stop. It's going to be the upper take coming in, and the retake is going to be incredibly tough. If the entries can go the way of Kinesis, that retake should not be coming through. Down go the mollies. Several of them as Ainge makes his way into a hut, rather. The op does make play from heaven, and Beck able to make a play as well. Finds one for himself. It's all on MXJ now, the man that threw the utility from on top of lobby. And front GG should be able to pick this one up with 4 members remaining, and that is pivotal. However, MXJ, he's got other ideas in mind. I thought this one was a gimme for front. MXJ does find one for himself off of a little bit of over-aggression there from Ainge. Maybe Wreck Monster's a little bit of trash talk there has gotten into his head a little bit. That was a bit of an unnecessary push for him to go for, as MXJ just wants to get economic damage done. If he could take down one of these ops, that would be perfect. But instead, Blakers lands the shot, and front find their 5th. But as we head into the later parts of the half, front is going to need to start picking up round after round. 9-6 would be a very solid half for them if they could somehow pick up the final 4. But Kinesis is not going to make that one easy, as a buy-up will be coming through for them once more. And again, ops towards ramp and outer. This time the op tried to get a little bit aggressive, and into lobby the rifles get aggressive. MXJ and Welly, though, win the frags. Double entry for Kinesis, and although they take a little bit of damage, they do find the 5v3, make it a 5v2, and front on the back foot in this round. Unlikely to be able to pick it up. B-Wills does have another idea. He finds one. He knows where Emmons is. He could find the second as well. Emmons gives him a shoulder, and Emmons will go down as well. So still a chance into this round for front if they want to go for it. But that is the question, as with B-Wills on 6 HP, front probably better served saving. And I like the play there from front GG, the attempt into lobby with 2 players. They know they had the double op. They know the pressure is onto Kinesis to do something to work their way around the double op setup, and often the play is to throw those smokes and try and flank through secret. So their attempt was to push in towards lobby with 2 and get full control for those ops to try and pressure down on other areas of the map. Unfortunately, as has been the case with the majority of this half, Kinesis simply winning the gun duels. Even MXJ on the initial peek into lobby, he fought against Ainge, I believe, and MXJ was looking the wrong direction, still found the kill. So Kinesis bring the lead back to 4, and it's a single Krieg to play with into this round. Krieg in a perfect position does find a single entry, and he will be able to get away just barely. The spam through the smoke does not take him down as it may have in, with a little bit more luck. So Fred GG do get away with something there, but not with an advantage, as Blakers did get taken down as well. That being said, B-Wills finds another one for himself. The Krieg finally starting to do a little bit of work here for front GG. Last couple times they've saved the Krieg, and it hasn't done much at all. This time, 3v3 to play out from. B-Wills survives with the Krieg in hand, and he's got the angle to try and find more from heaven. Just needs to win the aim duels, and that's been the trouble for front all half. Aim duel won by Beck in upper with the USP. Does put Kinesis, they're a little bit pigeonholed now. Both members towards outer, and I believe front GG, they saw at least one of them, may have seen both. And that could make a major difference, as Kinesis, they don't have a lot of options. They need to make their way into lower. 2v3 from them to play out from. They do have the advantage still. Hard to say that front has an advantage when they have no armor on 2 of their players, and 2 of them are also very lit. But they will make their presence known in the lower bomb site. SGM not able to do very much from lower ramp here. He's just going to try and hold. If Emmons goes down, this could be big, but Emmons will find the kill for himself. And B-Wills makes his presence known as well. Emmons knows that one player coming back from ramp. If Emmons wins that battle, this round should essentially be over, but B-Wills will win it. It's on an MXJ now, 1v2. Knows where both players are coming from. Molly, perfect. MXJ finds one. Knows exactly where B-Wills is coming from, and he's got the angle as well. Wills, very hurt, needs to find the 4K. He's got a kit, so he's got time to go for it, but MXJ finds the frag and finds the 8th for Kinesis. Massive round from MXJ with the 4K, and Kinesis bring the lead to 3. Front GG, they were gifted an entrance into that round, but unfortunately just weren't able to hold on. They gave up a little bit too much information on the attempted retake, and although they won the one fight, MXJ brought it back. And now it's Kinesis with a massive lead, and Front GG need to answer back immediately. Simply cannot allow a 10-5 T-side of Nuke to come through, and that is what they're staring down if they lose this one. Off in garage. What a shot on Alexander. That's a shot you don't often see landed. Single scope headshot angle with the op. He's able to find it. And a second. B-Wills combines, and this is looking very good for Kinesis. This time around with the man advantage, they do have guns to work with, but MXJ not wanting to let it stand. He does go down off the back of that play, and Welly may even consider holding on to the AK here, as Kinesis does not have a lot of money to work with here. Look at the economy here. They've got $29.50, $25.50. They've got around $2,000 on the majority of their members, but M is down on $0, and they do not have a large loss bonus. Means into the following round, they will not be able to go for a real buy-up, and Kinesis, rather than staring down 10-5, they may be staring down 8-7. Well, in a mini, not going to be able to find a single frag, so 6 rounds do become fielded by Front GG, and they do make this one a little bit more competitive. As we head into second half, it should be very reliant on them winning the pistol round, but not all one-sided is the first half, as Kinesis are onto the very weak buy. Rec with the ump and utility. 3 members with AKs and 1 with a CZ. Kinesis trying to change up the pace this time around. Fast into upper, through hut, through Squeaky as well, but all frags come up Front GG, as there's only one trade back for Kinesis at the very end of it, and Front will hold on to upper. Kinesis move on for greener pastures. Fortunately for them, greener pastures is getting mowed down by Blakers in ramp. So the half does go the way of Kinesis, 8-7, but they do not pick it up comfortably, as 8-7 could have been more like 10-5. This round will commence now. SGM the only one with utility on the side of Front GG. And MXJ buys dualies. Love to see it. I want to see more players buying dualies, to be honest. Dualies on top of hut. This is something that can certainly work out. Outside does not work out on the side of Kinesis, and neither do the dualies, as 4v2 is now the scenario for Kinesis to play from, although Wreck Monster does find a kill back for himself, and a second. Wreck goes massive with the USP in hell, brings it down into the 2v2 now. And this is a tough situation to play out of for both sides. After plant situation, Blaker spotted out by Welly. Now Kinesis knows where both members are, and it's about winning the gunfights. SGM does it for the first one, and Blakers managed to escape Welly for the second. Welly needs to find the frag on a SGM. He knows he's trapped in the bomb site. There's the first one. Blakers, well, he does have a kit, though. He can stick the bomb. That's exactly what he's going to do. Full stick. Blakers tries to make his way back over, makes noise, and Welly didn't have ammo to go for it. This is the round for Front GG. Just barely they managed to pick it up, as Blakers secures the final kill, and Front will tie things up on pistol round and head it with the momentum into this second half. And I say momentum, that is assuming that Front GG will be able to close this one out. Kinesis were not quite as lucky. They did lose that second round, but Kinesis this time around, they don't go for a force buy on this one. They just hold on to a few pistols, mostly SMG, or mostly USPs on their side, just a Deeg and a P250, and the Deeg, in fact, does do work. Wreck Monster has absolutely insane aim potential, and with the Deeg in hand, that aim comes into play. It's Front GG in the 4v4, and they make their way over to ramp. They do take it. That takes a little bit of damage in the process. That's going to make this Deagle even more deadly if that That MAC-10 is the first one to contest, but in fact, Krieg walks right by Rek, and he's able to find the entry and secure the gun and escape as well, but Wills does put a stop to it, finds the trade back, and they find yet another for themselves, giving themselves a man advantage once more, 3v1. Unfortunate situation for Kinesis here is if they had pistol armor, this round would likely be going in their favor. Instead, MXJ, USP, no armor to come out through vents. He does find one and nearly finds the angle on Wills as well, but he does get taken down in front GG, not without a little bit of stress, but they do pick that round up. And they will be fighting with guns against the buy-up here from Kinesis. This is a pivotal round for both teams to be able to pick up, and this is going to set the tone for the rest of the half. 5 rifles on the side of Kinesis, not a lot of utility to play with. They have been superior in terms of aim against front so far this game, and that's what they're relying on as front make their way quickly. 5 men towards outer. They want to get lower control as fast as possible, and it's only going to be Welly to try and contest into lower. He's not going to be able to make his way into window side quickly enough, so he'll just make his way through, try and get back behind the bomb site and hold on. Front, they have no idea he's here. He should be able to get a 2-man spray down. There's the first one. Swings, finds the second. Welly able to survive. He finally goes down, but the man advantage is gifted over to Kinesis, and this retake is in their favor so far as the bomb is yet to be planted. Another trade comes through. Kinesis retaining the advantage, and it's all on SGM now, 1v3. MXJ did it before. SGM needs to answer back for his team, but unable to do so. MXJ closes it out, and tie point is yet again fielded 9-all. Front GG back onto the pistols. This time they want to try and take ramp control. All 5 members trying to contest against Welly, and Welly has none of it. Falls right on off. Rek gives him a little bit of support, and the mowing field has begun. 3 frags for Kinesis, but the trades do come through. SGM and B-Wills do find frags for themselves, and they look for more. MXJ stuck into the back of the bomb site, nearly got taken down. Trade will come through into the 1v2 now. B-Wills survives. It's on him with the M4 in hand, collapsed on by Alexander. He has no idea he's there, and he won't find out until his head is taken clean off. Kinesis are the first team to find their way to double digits, and if we remember back to the first map we hosted on this channel tonight, Kinesis against RBG Esports, this is just about the exact same way it was looking. 9-all. Kinesis bring it to double digits, and they ran away with it from there. Well, we'll see if front GG can stop that one from happening. Quickly out through upper. They are going to be contesting against MXJ, but MXJ goes down immediately. It's the rotate that needs to make the play, and Emmons does exactly that. Into the 3v2 now. Front GG, they're at the man disadvantage even with upper control. Bomb will be able to try and make his way down towards lower, and it'll be successful in doing so. SGM, he isn't successful in surviving, however, and it's back this time into the 1v3. This time, he will be able to get the bomb plant, but he needs to play his way out of it, and Team Kinesis, they know exactly where he's coming from. Fakes the door open. He's going to be able to try and catch the first player off. Not surprised, all 3 members through the same door. He needs to find the spray down, but not even able to find the first one. Rek closes it out, and the two-round lead, will be going the way of Kinesis for the time being. Front GG now onto the back foot. They were able to find a little bit of success into that round, but unfortunately for them, that was a buy round. And now while they're down by 2, they need to face with the Deegs or the light pistol buy, maybe some pistol armor to try and do some damage to Kinesis and prevent them from running away with this one. Need armor. It's anything but a gimme of a round, and Alexander very aggressive with the AK in hand, trying to get something done. Only finds one before going down, and Emmons goes down as well. That's the man advantage for front, gifted all the way over there for them as the over-aggression came through from Kinesis, and now MXJ trying to make up for past mistakes as he makes his way over to Twinkie. He goes down as well. Man advantage retained now for Front GG as they make their way over to lobby, and Welly is going to be the man to try and bring it back for himself this time around. He's got some information in the lobby, and if he continues pushing, he'd find that Front GG is making their way back over to Outer. Oh my, SGM spots out Rek, and Rek unable to land the shot. Kinesis, they're in a tough spot here. Rek completely trapped in, and they're trying to take him down. SGM close in garage. Rek misses another shot. SGM P250 and no armor. He goes down to the USP. Rek nearly finds another one. Now it's Welly to make the 1v2 happen. They were in such a good spot moments ago, but Rek just unable to land the shots. 1v2. Front GG, they have plenty of time to bring the bomb around, and they're going to be able to bring it to lower, but Welly will find the frag on a Blakers, gifted that trade, and now it's a 1v1 to play from, and Welly with the utility and the health advantage, and Beck has no armor. Such a tough spot to play from here for Beck, and he's going to choose lower ramp to exit out through, but unfortunately for him, all Welly needs to do is smoke one side, molly the other, and this should essentially be a close to the round for their side. But he has no idea. He's not yet aware where exactly Beck is coming from. He's simply going to smoke the bomb and stick it. He's got plenty of time to stick it. Beck through the smoke, able to find the shots. Front GG pick up double digits off the back of that smoke spray, and they bring it back within one. And now it's Kinesis that needs to worry about what they do here. Look at the money. They've got enough to go for a force buy, but not a comfortable one at all, and that's exactly what's going to happen here. Alexander going to go M4 body armor and drop one over. So 3 rifles and 2 SMGs for Kinesis to work with. They need to be landing the shots here. They're the team that needs to start worrying, and in fact, they should worry even more as Bwills opens it up with the entry. Brings it into the 5v4, and Kinesis trying to trade back with an entry in a lobby as they find a trade. It's a 3v4 now. Kinesis still down a man, but at least they have some information. Lobby is clear. Monster trying to hold on to upper, unable to do so as he goes down. Should the hopes of Kinesis into this round, as Welly and MXJ are nowhere near the upper bomb site, and they should very likely just try and hold on to their guns and bring it into round number 23. So Front will bring it back and tie it up once more, 11 all. And they are the one with the momentum for now, and they should be able to start building a little bit of an economy for themselves to be able to buy up off of a round loss, and that's where it starts to get hectic and very uncomfortable for Kinesis, the same way first half went for Front. Kinesis, this time around, not going to be forcing everything for themselves. They're going to try and buy into the following round, use the M4 and AK secured in last round to give themselves a chance. Aggression, that's the way they're going to try and do it, but aggression does not work out for them whatsoever. 3 frags go the way of Front GG. They did have a TK in the meantime, but this leaves Rek into the 1v4, and more economy built up yet again for Front GG as they find the next round with 4 members remaining, and they find the lead for the first time in quite a while, 12-11. If we take a look at the scoreboard here, check that out. Bwills with 27 frags in 23 rounds. Absolute carry performance for him. The rest of his team down around 10 to 15, and the same thing is true on the CT side as well. Monster with 23, the rest of his team around 10 to 15 as well. This time around, Kinesis is actually going to save again. They're going to allow Front GG the 2-round advantage. They want to be able to go for a full buy-up here. They want likely to be able to field an op, but more importantly, they want full utility when they do go for that buy. Welly in ramp, going to be able to catch Bwills off guard, but Bwills, even while caught off guard, he's still able to find the entry for himself, bring it into the 5v3 now, and Front GG take full control of this round as well. Kinesis, even with Wreck Monster catching Ainge off guard, still not able to find the kill. And this may be yet another round for Front with 4 members remaining. And every time you win a round with 4 members alive, you build a little bit of economy for yourself, and you build more opportunity to be able to pick up multiple rounds in a row, even off of a round loss. As MXJ goes down, Alexander not even going for this one, just trying to hold on to the AK. Of course, the AK, one-shot headshot, which the M4 does not have the same power of. That it does make it a slightly stronger gun, especially as the AUG has been so weakened recently. The AUG is definitely not a gun people like to pick up anymore. Unfortunately, I'm sure Alexander would have preferred to pick up a Krieg. That gun on this map can make a major difference in your ability to hold at range. Instead, just an AK. I'd like to shout out the sponsors in the meantime to AOZAT. That's AO AYOZAT. Catch them AOZAT.com, and the British Army. Sponsors of EFL here as we head into round number 25. Front GG looking to close things out on the T side of Nuke. And Kinesis trying to play back into it, trying to make this one a little bit more competitive, bring it all the way. Front GG this time around, trying to make some things happen over on the ramp side of things, and Welly will be here to try and put a stop to it. It's not the top fragger for Kinesis, but certainly can hold his own. On the outer side, Front GG trying to control. Ainge has been the player to make his way over to outer, but it's going to be the ramp play that matters. Ainge does find an entry. Welly not able to respond on ramp side. In fact, he will go down. It's a 2-man advantage for Front GG yet again, 5v3, and the lower bomb site is in full control of Front if they want to make their way over, but instead they make their way towards upper, and they find an entry off of that one as well. Both members of Kinesis now in lower. They've chosen the wrong bomb site. Front GG catches them off guard, and they make their way to 14. Kinesis, it seemed like they had everything going for them in that first half. They seemed to be able to win every gunfight they got themselves into, but on the T side here, Front GG seems a little bit more practiced. They know what's going on, and they're the team bringing the pain. They're the team putting Kinesis in awkward spots, and they're the team winning the gunfights. 5 members remaining, in fact, as they've taken out all but Emmons, and finally a kill will go the way of Kinesis off the back of Emmons, but unfortunately unlikely to be able to hold on to his gun as all 4 members of Front begin to collapse down, and they do take him out, and they take themselves to 14. They're within reaching distance of match point now, and Kinesis, look at the money here. They're likely to go for a buy-up in this situation, but still, this is all the marbles on a very light buy. You're going to have 3 rifles, an auto shotgun, and an MP9 to work with, and Front GG going to make their way quickly over to upper rather, and the auto shotgun does no work for his team. 2 entries for Ainge towards the upper bomb site, and Emmons, he's been spotted out beneath the smoke, goes down as well. Front GG will be able to make their way to match point, and Kinesis now, they're the team that needs to worry about how this one has gone. This is looking a whole lot like exactly the way Kinesis managed to take down RBG, except Kinesis is on the back foot this time around. 15-11, and into the final, or potential final round at the very least, Kinesis might not even have a full buy-up. Now Kinesis need to be able to pick up 4 in a row. And look at the money here for Front. Look at these 4 players, all about to max out in the economy, all well over 5 digits in the bank, and Kinesis with just about nothing. They're on welfare right now as they try and get aggressive towards outer. Wreck Monster will get the angle and take down SGM, but the quick trade, Front GG does not let any advantage stand for Kinesis, at least not for long, as we're now into a 4v4, and that does favor the terrorist side as it gives them a little bit more space to work with, and you can see that space as they make their way over to lower. Welly will try and rotate over, but yet again, not going to be there quite quickly enough, at least in his eyes, to try and make his way actually into window side, and it'll actually be the advantage given over to Front GG as they try and make their way towards upper. They're going to be bringing 4 members this way, and Alexander needs to come up absolutely massive for Mini. There's the spray down, only able to find one as he goes down. Emmons does find one for himself as well, though, and he's going to try and hold on to the upper bomb site. 2v2, he's down on 10 HP. Welly needs to rotate in to support, as he might be the man that has it all to do. Emmons with only 10 health, unlikely to be able to find very much for himself, especially as 100 HP on Ainge. It's going to be more than just one headshot to take him down. Well, Welly and Mini fully posted on by 2 members. Running through does not work out well for him, and Emmons only able to find one before going down. The game will, in fact, go the way of Front GG, 16-11. Same scoreline we saw in map number 1 of Kinesis versus RBG. This time around, Front GG lose the CT side of Nuke 8-7, come back, and they win all but the 3 rounds in a row that Kinesis picked up on the 3rd, 4th, and 5th round. That was. They close it out in style off the back of B Wills with the 30 bomb. Incredible game for B Wills, and unfortunately Wreck Monster not able to answer back himself. He found 24. 24 not quite enough to make it happen. So Kinesis will be the team that moves on this time around. And they're going to be fighting against RBG, I believe, into the next match. So shout out for that game to the sponsors. This is the Heartland League. Sponsors of EFL are AOZAT and the British Army, and we'll be heading into the next game very shortly. Front GG versus RBG. Anyways, close game there for Front GG versus Kinesis. Of course, both teams managed to get themselves some momentum on that T side of Nuke, get the economy behind them. And unfortunately on that CT side, when you have a team you're fighting against that has economy and can continuously force out the buys, if you can't close out rounds with 4 or 5 members alive, it becomes very tough to get anything done. But in any case, going to go on a short break here. Going to put on some music as we wait for the next match to come up. It'll be Front GG versus RBG. It should be happening fairly shortly. Stay tuned. Is it not Kinesis RBG? As far as I'm told, okay, yes, it will be RBG versus Kinesis. So my bad on that one. It will in fact be RBG versus Kinesis. So it's going to be a rematch of a previously played game, as RBG going to come through off of the loss from Kinesis and play once more.
nothing to hide. Ask me what's on my mind. Your love, were you my friend? Takes me away sometimes. Forget how I forget how. You know me inside out.
Alright, apologies. I was just using the bathroom, and this one has already gone live here on Dust 2. Pistol round commences. Welly against G-Manchu in the 1v1. Bomb yet to be planted, but G-Manchu dinked down to 6 health. Looking like an easy advantage for Welly, and it will be exactly that, as Kinesis will be able to pick up the first round of the game. Same thing they did last time around on Overpass. This time on Dust 2, they do it on the T side as well. If we remember back last time, RBG was able to answer back quickly with a round of their own, and they brought it down to 6-1 before an answer was given for Kinesis. We'll see if the same thing happens as Kinesis are onto the guns. RBG on the force buy here. And they're stacking up 5 players in CT and near middle with an attempt to try and prevent any cross towards long and any sort of middle shenanigans. But unfortunately for them, Kinesis are making their way directly up Catwalk, and Catwalk going to work out well for them as MXJ, although he's going to go down in middle. He makes a play of his own. That play does not go well for him. So man advantage will be given to RBG, although they still have the gun disadvantage. They will be in the 5v4, and perhaps even more as Wiz lands a scout shot for himself, so some health taken off the side of Kinesis. This retake could be coming through, and it could actually work. Look at the HP here. Alexander and Rek very low. Well, he's going to take a hit as well, but Emmons drops into CT, and that's a major play from Emmons, the double in CT. The HP for Kinesis is so low, they needed that, and now they can get something to work out as they find one. Trades back, 2v2. It's Pony left alone now. Deeg in hand. There's one, spinning, but Rek finds the trade, and Kinesis, they're taken down to the wire, but they do close it out and find their second by the skin of their teeth. They do it, 2-zip. And this time, RBG on a much weaker buy. Always devastating to get so close and yet still lose. And then you have to realize that even though you brought it down to 1 player remaining, you're still in a tough spot in the following round. But how tough, as they do find a couple kills for themselves, make it competitive in this one, even with low pistol buy-ups. And they find 2. As Welko is the last man standing, this round should be going the way of Kinesis, and they were able to open up the first map a little bit more impressively than they did so in the previous game. Kinesis trying to answer back for that loss against Front GG and pick this one up here on Dust 2. So this is the Heartland League Grand Finals. Well, the finals at least, the bracket. So RBG fight against Kinesis once more. Kinesis were the victors last time. RBG hoping to find a little bit more luck on Dust 2. And in fact, Welko will find some luck for himself as he finds a third frag for his team, the second frag for himself of that round. And they do limit the economy of Kinesis, and it's underrated how important limiting the economy of your opponents is, especially when you're on that CT side, as you prevent the rebuy up, especially on a map like Dust 2 where the T side is kind of favored. If you can start preventing the economy from getting too built up and getting your way back into it quickly, well, here's the Dust 2, or the B play rather, as they try and make their way back into it immediately, but the advantage goes the way of Kinesis as they find the entry, and another one, MXJ through the door. They take control of B site for themselves, and Kinesis not letting the pedal off the floor here, trying to make it 4-0, and Wreck through the smoke finds a shot as well. RBG can't get anything going for themselves here, and in the 2v4, they're simply going to try and hold on to their guns. Kinesis showing their strength once more. This is the same thing they did on Overpass. Kinesis, I'm not sure if it's because they're a little bit less practiced than the other teams or what it is exactly. Perhaps it's just a strategical choice. I'm not sure of the exact practice of the teams playing here. However, they are favoring very heavily this sort of stack push play. 4 members, 5 members on the same side of the map, just trying to catch RBG or whoever their opponents are off guard and brute force their way in, has had a very large amount of success, especially earlier on in halves. Later on, as teams start to get a read for it, they seem to start being able to counter this sort of play. Unfortunately, early on in halves, and especially the case is the same here for RBG, it's very tough to get a read on, but Pony going to be able to find an entry for himself, and a second. Pony with the Deeg in hand with 3! Pony, what was that? 3K with the Deeg from window, my god, puts his team back on the board. That was ridiculous. And it's Emmons now to try and do a single point of damage. That is a buy round against an eco, and they haven't even done a point of damage. So it would appear my mic was muted. I hope it wasn't muted for very long. But I have a feeling it might have been muted for that ridiculous play for Pony. In any case. RBG have made their way back onto the board. Kinesis now on the back foot as they've got a fairly tough buy up here. Not a ton of utility for themselves. They do have guns to work with, although MXJ only on the CZ. It's the utility that's the trouble. Wix Wiz, rather, aggressive with that op, tried to find the frag and got the angle on a wreck monster, just wasn't able to land the shot. Now Kinesis will be able to make their way onto the A platform. MXJ does go down. That's only the CZ down, but still that's a man advantage for RBG to try and work from, as they still have the player towards Quad to try and prevent the bomb plan, and G-Man-Chu going to find another kill for himself as well. Welly will be able to trade back, but Wolko finds the trade of his own, and it's a 2v4 to work from here from Kinesis. Mega Man disadvantage to try and hold on to the bomb site. Alexander, with support from Emmons, make it only Emmons now. He did so well in the last round, needs to try and replicate that one. From Pit, bomb planted for him. It's a tough spot to be in. Spotted out. Wiz will find the kill, and RBG close out their second round of the game, and that will put Kinesis onto a tough spot, very likely onto the eco, and RBG will be making their way back into this one in a big way, as they finally get something working for them after that ridiculous round from Pony. Kinesis is going to have to find something ridiculous for themselves now. Four Deegs alongside the hero AK buy, although make it 3 Deegs, make it 2 Deegs, as entries have gone the way of RBG. All 3 kills go the way of RBG, as Wiz takes down that hero AK buy unceremoniously. And it's a 5v2. RBG, not only have they made their way back onto the board, but they're doing so in style, and they're building a massive economy for themselves off the back of this one. They are yet to take a point of damage in this round, winning every gunfight for themselves so far. And that is every gunfight of the entire round. Not a ton of utility used for RBG. They hadn't even lost a point of health, and that's going to be a massive economy builder round for them, which is exactly what they needed here on the CT side of Dust 2 after Kinesis opened it up so impressively. RBG is able to answer back just as impressively for themselves. Kinesis this time around, aggressive towards long. RBG answer with the aggression towards middle, and the answer comes out in their favor as they find 2 entries for themselves. Wiz trying to find a third towards long. Doesn't work out for him as Kinesis need to force their way in quickly. They want to catch RBG off guard before they can rotate through, and they've done exactly that. There's the entry for Alexander. Wiz answers back with a frag. Ridiculous shot there on Alexander, and he needs to find some more. However, Welly's the one to do it. Finds one. Wiz misses the shot. Welly should be able to find the kill, but he has no ammo. Wiz gets the kill as well. And now it's on to MXJ in the 1v3. Doesn't even find a single one, and RBG tie it up. Unfortunate situation there. Welly had the angle. He had every chance to take down Wiz after Wiz missed a fairly easy shot. Unfortunately, Welly whiffed a fairly easy shot as well, and that ended with RBG tying things up. Now it's on to Kinesis. They've been getting picked off fairly early in rounds so far. You need to stop that one immediately. Volko out through the smoke. M4 in hand. Finds one for himself. The spray back through the smoke does not work out for Kinesis, but the Tech 9 towards long A does. And in fact, the spray does eventually find a kill and bring it into the 2v3. Man advantage for RBG, but this is a successful round so far for Kinesis. Alexander now should be able to get a bomb plant for free, you would think, and that's exactly what's going to be able to happen. They have not yet secured themselves a gun, however, so it's still going to be the Deeg and the CZ to play against 3 rifles on the side of RBG. The CZ is in location to try and catch someone off guard, but all members of RBG avoid short. They're going to be making their way up through elevator and through long. CZ, long range, not the greatest situation, and Hext is going to close them out for it. Kinesis drop yet another one. That's 5 in a row for RBG Esports to answer their way back into the half. And Kinesis are now the team that need to make something happen on this, what you would expect to be the more favored side, potentially even a 9-6 T-sided map, especially with the new economy. However, an answer needs to come soon. Buy-up comes through from Kinesis. Off in the hands of Emmons. He's done some absolutely fantastic things with the op in hand. See if he can do that once more. Because this time around, Kinesis go for more of a default play. As I said, so oftentimes in the 2 games we've seen from them, oftentimes they're able to be kind of caught off. They're kind of able to be read as they head later into the half. They're full stack plays where they go 3, 4, 5 members in one direction. Start to get read and they start to get countered. And as we head into the later parts of this half, well, even the middle parts of this half, RBG began to counter Kinesis, and Kinesis answer it by changing things up a little bit. Playing more of a default setup. They're able to take control of short A for themselves, continue to control towards the tunnels, and have yet to be pushed off of long either. However, Walco will find a frag for himself on Wreck Monster, dropping into CT spawn, and that's an unfortunate opening to the round for Kinesis, as they wanted to use that to parlay their way into mid control and split towards B. Now they have to reconsider it, and reconsider it they do as Emmons finds an entry onto Wiz that opens up A side of the map very well for them. And Walco going to try and open up the mid side for RBG. He does exactly that, maintains the man advantage, and RBG will be working for a retake here from a 4v3. Flash through the smoke as they make their way through. Pony's going to be able to find an entry for himself. Traded back quickly by Welly and Emmons. Now it's a no man advantage. 2v1, in fact, as Walco makes his way through and turns it into a 1v1. 1v1 last time around, won by Team Kinesis. This time around, Emmons with the op in hand needs to win it. Walco drops down to elevator, and Emmons didn't hear it. He might get an idea of it. He does, in fact, hear the jump spot. Needs to land the shot. Emmons legs him. Walco around the corner finds the frag, and he will find the round. Emmons just barely misses it. Legs him. Takes him down to 6 health. And instead of pulling out the Glock, he just didn't have the confidence. He went for the op. He tried to quick switch and get away. Instead, Walco, the AK does not miss. He finds his way to double digits on the scoreboard, and RBG brings the lead to 2. Unfortunate there. If Emmons had pulled out his Glock, we likely would have seen a round go the way of Kinesis, and we would be all tied up. Instead, RBG up by 2, and Kinesis yet again going for more of a default play. However, it's not a full default. We got 4 players in towards middle. They've got cat control for themselves, and Walco going to pick up where he left off, find a kill for himself towards middle. Emmons goes down yet again. Now Kinesis forcing their way out from the man disadvantage, though Pony does go down, and it's on a Hex to hold on to the bomb site. From the big box here in B, he's already found some damage, but collapsing in is Kinesis, and they will take him down. That's the frag that goes their way, but unfortunately, middle did not go their way, as all 3 kills go the way of RBG, and it's Welly to try and play out here from the 1v3 now. And Wiz will find that one as well. 3 for Walco, 2 for Wiz, as they bring their way to 7 rounds on the half. And Kinesis cannot get anything working for them here. Taking a look at the scoreboard, you can see potentially why. Rec and MXJ having a tough game for themselves. 1 kill for MXJ, 4 for Rec. And Rec was an entry machine in the first 2 games we've witnessed. This time around, a little bit less so. Long control. This round will go the way of Kinesis. They have been able to take long control essentially at will. RBG does not try and hard contest towards long. They just try and play out away from that long control, and they try and recontest towards cat when Kinesis go for cat control. And that recontest towards cat has been working out very well for RBG. This round, no exception, and Wiz finds another shot for himself. He's done quite well with that op in hand when Kinesis gets long control, and perhaps that's why Kinesis hasn't been going for long control with consistency. They haven't been able to contest against Wiz successfully in quite a while. And the contest against Walco goes a little bit better for themselves. They find the entry. Down towards Car. Wreck Monster is going to be able to take down G-Man Chu. That brings it back to a 1-man advantage. Make it a no-man advantage. Wreck Monster with the double entry. That's what we needed to see. And although it's a 2v3, Kinesis is in a position to potentially win this one. As Emmons is going to be making his way up cat onto A platform. If MXJ, oh, he's going to toss the bomb across. So this should be a free bomb plant for Kinesis here, you would think. But Emmons goes down, and MXJ tosses the bomb into the void. It's now MXJ to play out of the 1v3. Makes his way over to Carr. He's got two players contesting against him, but he does find the first, not the second. Hex will be able to trade it back, and RBG will secure the half victory. At the very least, this half will be an 8-7 lead for RBG, and this is looking dire for Kinesis as we head into the end of the first half here. Round number 13. We've got 2 more rounds, and Kinesis need to start picking them up now. They go back to the tried and tested. The B play is going to come out. Pony from window this time around again. Finds a frag. This time no deagle. This time no 3K as Kinesis will abort mission immediately after that. They were pressured back and they're just going to give up that one-man advantage and fall off. Right, another idea as he gets boosted over the smoke, but that one doesn't work quite well for him there either. One-man advantage remains. Make it a two-man advantage. Wiz finds another entry for himself. Walco, with all the confidence in the world, flashed out, finds the kill in lower. Wiz finds another. RBG take 1 point of damage. Team damage, that is. And Team Kinesis can't get anything done. RBG, they have every amount of confidence you could imagine. But that push out middle, this is insane. Now re-aggressing towards long. They haven't done this yet, and maybe now we see why. Welly and Alexander combined for 2, and finally Kinesis get themselves a man advantage, but not for long. Wiz brings it right back for his team, 3v3. This is why this half is going the way of RBG so far, and Wiz with another one through the smoke! Wiz, what are you doing, man? Op in hand, the guy is a legend. And MXJ going to answer back with his 3rd kill of the half. Maybe he can answer back and find a round win. That would be massive if they could pick it up. But Wiz finds another one. Wiz, the guy is incredible. And it's on a wreck monster now. AK in hand, he finds the first one. Needs to put a stop to Wiz and his ridiculous op prowess. But Wiz with this Krieg does it. Wiz, my lord. This guy is insane. And RBG pick up double digits off the back of a Wiz 4K, the likes of which we have not seen so far. The man, I cannot say enough good things about that round. That was incredible. And RBG look to bring this one to 11-4. What rank is this? This is more like advanced. The majority of the players I know here are advanced level players or advanced plus potentially. Finally, Kinesis. Well, I say finally. They did it last round as well, but they weren't able to hold on to the advantage. And maybe this round they can do so. But Walco looking at something else. M4 around the corner does find the double spray down. Make it a triple. Every round, RBG has another player come to the plate and answer big. And this time it's Walco, this time with a 3K, and this time it's a 3v2. Walco finds another. Walco finds the ace. He rotates around, gets boosted onto the box, prevents the B site split, and Kinesis, after going up 4-0, as soon as Pony found the Deeg 4K, they couldn't find their feet beneath them for the rest of the game. Man, that Deagle 3K, or I believe it was a 4K from Pony in the B site with some ridiculous shots, even better than the Wiz 4K we saw with the 1v1. That really was the turning point. Sometimes a big play from a member of your team can be the difference. It can be what makes you and brings you back into the game. And this time around, maybe a big play from Wreck Monster can do the same for Kinesis as they find an advantage. G-Man Chu goes down, and he was a member with utility. RBG was looking to have him throw something, and MXJ, he's found his 4th of the game. And that was a nice shot for him. Surprisingly, only 4 kills for him, but he finds 3-4 on the round. MXJ more than doubles his kill count on CT Pistol. And MXJ, every time we've seen him on CT Pistol, he's been absolutely stellar with the USP in hand. MXJ finally making his way back onto the board, and potentially he's trying to make up for some whiffs in the first half and let his team know that one bad half does not make the man, does not make the player at least. So Kinesis try and make their way back into this one. They did win both pistols, so you expect that they should have some sort of an advantage in this round. And the shadow wreck! He finds the double because of the shadow he spots through the smoke. He was trying to play under it. RBG was trying to run boost over it. And instead, it's Wreck Monster that comes out on top. And now MXJ trying to give himself a little bit of confidence here with the M4 in hand. Try and find some frags so you can actually feel like you can win gunfights as you head into the first gun round. Unfortunately, Wiz is getting some confidence for himself with a Glock frag against the FAMAS. That's exactly what happens when you go FAMAS no head armor. Shame on you, Emmons. And that was the only member on his team with no head armor. He gets punished for it. Now RBG, they do buy up into the third round. A lot of the time you see teams force buy in round number 2 and buy up into round number 4. Should they lose that one, of course, but RBG played a little bit differently. They go for this buy with 5 Kriegs and actually a surprisingly large amount of utility. Usually with the Krieg buy up in round number 3, you have fairly low utility. And even off of no bomb plant, they still are able to field enough utility to go for some sort of play, especially on Dusty. You don't need too much utility to make a play. Of course, you're going to need more utility if you miss your mollies like that. Yet to find any sort of advantage here. In fact, Emmons does find it, finds the frag on a Wolko. The flash missed. Wolko just wasn't quite prepared for the play, and Team Kinesis, they're going aggressive again. They go for more. Entry for Alexander, 5v3, make it a 5v2. All entries come up Kinesis, rather, and they bring it into their advantage in a big way into the 5v1 now as G-Man-Chu, the final member remaining, finally finds a frag for his team, but Kinesis, they are starting to get something done for themselves, maybe get a little bit of confidence together as they break the lead back down to 4, and what looked like an all-RPG game, perhaps Kinesis are making their way back into this one. Now it's RBG on pistols to try and make a play. Kinesis actually aggressing. They're contesting long against the pistols. A little bit surprising. A lot of the time you see this counter-terrorist side, when they know they're fighting against pistols, they're willing to give up long and try and take down those long-range angles without giving a gun over. But they have gifted a Krieg to Wolko. Luckily for them, Wreck Monster is able to pull off something a little bit monstrous, take down Wolko, and Wiz as well. Both heroic players for RBG have gone down, and now Pony playing Gladiator. He's the third in line to pick up the Krieg, and maybe he's the first in line to get something done with it, but Wreck Monster has other ideas in mind, finds himself a 3K. Fantastic round for Kinesis, and the way they picked it up was impressive as well. They bring their way back to 8 rounds, and find 4 in a row to open off second half. Now let's see if they can ward off the same thing happening as first half. Last time around they picked up 4 in a row and lost out. This time around they picked up 4 in a row, and they will be fighting against an RBG buy-up. RBG, they're the team playing aggressive this time around. 3 members out middle instantly. And they find the entry as well. It's on to MXJ. Needs to come up big. He did it on pistol run. Can he do it here? M4 in hand. Finds the double. MXJ trying to survive. Hold on for more. He's unable to do so this time around, but 2 was enough. Even numbers, making an advantage even for Kinesis as they go for the retake. Welly, Alex, and Rek against Walco and Wiz. And if anyone can win a man disadvantage, it's Walco and Wiz. But I think Kinesis are trying to change the script this time around. Walco, aggressive out window, does find one, spins looking for more. Rek with the trade, and it's on a Wiz. 1v2, Alex finds the frag, and Kinesis can finally close out a round against those 2 players. 9 on the board, lead cut to 2, and Kinesis are in the driver's seat. RBG off the back of the bomb plant are able to buy up, so no breathing room quite yet for Kinesis. They do have enough economy to be able to buy even off of a round loss, but still, it's going to be a long way, a tough fought battle, especially on that CT side. You never really see an eco from the terrorists as you get further and further ahead in terms of the half at least. Won now 5 rounds in a row. RBG can comfortably buy up off of a round loss as long as they get the bomb plant. And even with the bomb plant, they can still go for a buy if they choose to do so. This time around, RBG, they've taken control of short A, pushed Rek back with that off in hand. He wasn't able to find the entry there onto the cat play, so RBG, they're a little bit more of a default heavy team, and we saw that on an overpass. We see that again here. They're not trying to do quite as much of what Kinesis does with the 5-man stacks. They're just trying to take solid map control and execute out into a bomb site if they can. Try and get those gunfights in their favor. This time around, make their way over to Cat with 4. And it's G-Man Chu lurking out towards long, finds the angle on Welly, and that's a mega entry. That blows a huge hole in the defense. Now Kinesis has to worry about 2 angles, but still, it's on other players on A. Up through elevator, Wreck Monster here with the op in hand, lands a shot, and it's on Alex to try and hold on. He's in through Goose. Look at the HP of RBG. Just needs to land a couple shots, but he can't. It's MXJ and Emmons to do so. 2v1 now for RBG. MXJ knows where G-Man Chu is, and he's not able to find it. G-Man Chu with the 3K, RBG with the round, and they finally pick up their first of the T half, but look at the economy here. They're very low. The buy-up should be coming through here for Kinesis, and this is going to be a game-changing round for both teams. Both teams facing down an eco should they lose this one. Kinesis facing down potential defeat, or at least match point if they lose this one, as a double eco likely to come through. RPG, they've gotten themselves a little bit of long control, and Kinesis is yet to realize that, but as they find mid is empty, they should know something happening towards long. Alexander with the M4 in hand is able to find the entry. Usually you see the op at this angle. Kinesis do things a little bit differently. They have the M4 there finding the entries. Got support from another M4 as RBG make their way quickly over to the bomb site. G-Man Chu finds an entry for himself. It's on to Welly to hold on the platform. Finds one, goes down, and it's Wreck Monster. He's the next man up. He's going to try and make something happen. It's a 3v3, close range with the op in hand to try and catch G-Man off guard, and he does exactly that. There's the entry. Wiz to trade back, finds one. He's got 7 HP, but they look the wrong direction. He finds one. It's a 1v1 now. This could be for the game. Hex close, finds the shot as well. RBG with their second in a row, and Kinesis now in dire straits, down by 4. Just pistols to work with here for Kinesis, and a 1-man disadvantage to work with as well. Make it a two-man disadvantage as Wreck Monster and Pit, USP in hand. He is able to find one for himself, but no more than that. This MXJ and Emmons, they would love to find a couple kills, and that's about all they'd be able to find, but unfortunately, not able to get anything at all. And RBG are going to be able to build themselves a little bit of economy as they head into the following gun round. You're expecting a gun round. Unfortunately for Kinesis, they may not be able to put an off into the hands of Wreck Monster on this one, as the only member that has more than enough to buy for an op is MXJ, and all he's got is 4750. That would be a major sacrifice for him to make. And he won't do so. Unfortunately, Wreck Monster, if he had $50 more, you would likely see him go for an op glass cannon. Op no body armor. Instead, he's got to go for the M4. And RBG aggressive, forcing their way out long. Hext is here. He finds the entry again. Man advantage for RBG, but not for long. Alex finds a trade back. And it's on a Kinesis to try and make their way into B. They catch MXJ off guard, rotate in from Emmons, but all he's gotten is an ump. He needs to catch them off guard, and he's not able to do it. Kinesis find the entries. They find the B site in their control now into the 4v2. RBG should be making their way to match point. Wreck Monster, last man standing, and they know he's here. Should be an easy round for RBG, but Wreck does catch them off guard, finds the double spray down. If he had found one more, the round likely would have gone his way. Instead, RBG do find their way to match point, 15-9, and in the previous two games, neither team needed more than one match point to close it out. We'll see if this one is any different, as Kinesis with 3 FAMASes and 2 scouts to try and make a play. Wreck Monster threw the wall onto Wiz. What a shot. Not everybody can make that play, and it's a little bit of Stewie 2K here out from Wreck Monster. Remember back to a legendary round from him. Scout headshot through the wall. Aggression from RBG. Get information at long. G-Man Chu does get hit by the scout, but he finds out there's 2 members over towards long. Should tell RBG there's another towards short, which means the B side is weak to a potential mid-B split. And RBG, they do have full control of Cat, but Wreck Monster takes away the control of mid that they were going for. Finds another kill. He needs to hold on and survive as the mid-B split was attempted to come out. Instead, they're going to be making their way out directly into the B side. It's going to be MXJ and Wreck Monster to hold on. Flashes through. Wreck finds another one for himself. MXJ now is here to hold on. Not able to find anything as Pony finds the 2K, but Wreck did put his team on his back for the round and found 4, and Emmons will close it out. Double digits now fielded for Kinesis. They need 5 more in a row, but they can start here as RBG likely to save, and maybe Kinesis can get their feet beneath them and they can get the ball rolling. Bit of fake long contest there for RBG. They threw flashes over, but they're making their way up Cat. And Wreck Monster will be the only one here to try and contest against it. Flash is perfect. Pushes him back and should allow the bomb plant for RBG at the very least. That's exactly what it'll do, as all 4 frags go the way of Kinesis, and Welko, last man standing, all he wants to do is find a kill, pick up a gun if he can. Instead, Emmons closes it out, and somehow 5 members remain for Kinesis. They don't even take a point of damage, but RBG finagles their way into a bomb plant regardless. That is not something you often see. A 5v5 after plant, fairly rare. 5v5, 100 HP on both sides after plant. That's something else. Well, I guess it was 5v2 by the time the bomb actually got planted. In any case, RBG 15-11 up. All 3 games, or rather, 2 of the 3 games now, this one being the third, did end 16-11. And Kinesis would love, or RBG rather, would love to make that one the third in a row. As the terrorists do take a timeout, RBG figuring out what they can do here. Shout out to the sponsors AOZAT and the British Army. AOZAT, AYOZAT.com. As we're here in the Heartland League Finals. I believe winner of this should move on to fight against Front GG. That is my assumption, but I'm not 100% sure. In any case, Kinesis now remain to fight for one more round. As MXJ actually opts into holding on to the FAMAS, this is kind of surprising. Not only does he hold on to the FAMAS, but he doesn't have full utility either. He drops some off. It's going to be a little bit tougher if he needs to hold on, and that is exactly what's going to happen as his mid player has gone down. Now he needs to fight out from outside B. FAMAS in hand, not able to land the kill. Frag goes the way of RBG, and the boost coming through for Wreck Monster does not work out for them either. RBG 5v1, and they look to make it a 3 in a row 16-11 situation. As Alexander not able to find a single frag, that will be the 16-11 secured for RBG. Kinesis not able to replicate their success in map number 1 that they played against RBG. This time around, RBG take them down on Dust 2. And they move on to fight another day. Unfortunately there for Kinesis, they just couldn't get anything done on that T side. They got 4 rounds in a row. They opened it up pretty impressively, and they not only had 4-0 up, but they also had Kinesis, or RBG rather, onto the eco when they were up 4-0. They went for the B rush, and off the back of Pony with a insane Deeg 3K from window, long range 3-1 Deegs. That brought RBG back onto the board, got them their first round, and once the ball got rolling for RBG, it did not let up until 11-4 at halftime. And although Kinesis made a valiant effort into the second half, unfortunately for them, that was not enough, as Dust 2, a map where it can be very tough to get too much going with consistency on that CT side. It can be tough to really stack those rounds together. And RBG was not, or Kinesis rather, was not able to make their way back in. 11 rounds is impressive enough after you're down 11-4 with 0 momentum behind you. Instead, we'll see RBG move into the finals against Front G. Yeah, RBG versus Front GG in the finals. Front will have a map advantage as they come from the upper bracket, and RBG from the lower bracket, of course. And that one will be happening very soon. I'll turn on some music and we'll wait for that one to go live. All right, this game has commenced very quickly here. Hold on one second. Game has commenced very quickly here with RBG Esports versus Front GG on Inferno now. Front starting on the T side with a one-map advantage here in the Heartland League Grand Finals, the very finals, as they make their way into the bomb site, contesting against RBG. 3 members here for RBG. All frags go their way, 3 for 1. The bomb will be planted, you would think, although Hext has other ideas, wants to be able to take it down, finds the kill for himself, and a second. Hext with the 4K on the round secures it for RBG, and Front will get a bomb plant off the back of it, but unfortunately not any more than that. RBG draw first blood. Reminder, this is the Heartland League Grand Finals. Front GG starting with the one map advantage by nature of coming out of the upper bracket. RBG on the CT side here on Inferno, and they do start with the one round advantage. Surprisingly, Front won't go for what has become completely meta, which is the second round buy with 3 Kriegs and a couple of pistols. This is something you see almost every team go for nowadays, and to be honest, I prefer not seeing it on the T side of Inferno at the very least, but it's still something people, or teams rather, really do love going for. Even on this map, where utility is so important, they still go for it. This time around, Front GG not falling into that trap at the very least. They just go for a very light pistol buy, and RBG have done plenty of damage for themselves, but as they make their way back over to the B side of the map, it's actually only Pony here to try and contest. It was a 4-man stack on the A side for RBG, but Front GG was not able to make their way up Banana quickly enough to prevent the rotate back over. And G-Man-Chu has made his way over, Wiz rotating, 4 members rotating over to the B side. This should be a slaughter for Front GG as they close out RBG, and that's exactly what it'll be. 2 frags go their way. Blakers, last man standing, not able to find a single one, and RBG pick up round number 2 in style. And this is the trouble that you have when you go for a save or a very light pistol buy to buy up at round number 3. If you're not able to find any frags with those pistols in round number 2, you face down this buy here. 3 MP9s, an up, and an M4, and it seems like a gimme of a round for Front GG. However, it's anything but a gimme, and should RBG lose this one, they still can feel a very easy buy-up. And this is tough to deal with, and it's a nightmare scenario if you lose it. You put yourself in a must-win situation. But for now, RBG aggressive in apartments. Walco is here, but Blakers finds the kill. Traded back. Hex with the M4 in hand. The only rifle for RBG does find the trade and brings it into the 4v4. No man advantage for either team for the time being. RBG with the map control advantage as they've got full banana control and a rotate off over to the A side. 3 members here to defend. In Front GG, they still have plenty of time to work with and a little bit of utility. They need to make their way through, fighting against a fairly heavy A setup. And unfortunately for RBG, that's going to be an entry for Wills onto Wiz, bringing into the 4v3, and this is a very light hold on this exact area. It's only Hex to hold on. He's the only member to deal with the truck play, and the rotate will come in, but not in time. Already one gone down. Hex needs to go big here. G-Man-Chu finds the first one. Hex with the second. Hex, he nearly finds the third. G-Man-Chu doesn't, but either way, it's a 2v1 now, and Ainge only has 10 seconds, 20 seconds to deal through Moto. The smoke is on top of him. He needs to wait it out. He can find the angle on a Hex, but he can't land the shot. Hex finds the 3K and the round. RBG do not give up round number 3, and now Front is in a very tough spot. RBG, they could have bought off of a round loss. Instead, they picked it up. Only 2 members remaining, but still comfortably able to buy up, and they fight against pistols here, and they may be able to build a huge economy for themselves. Front GG, they couldn't find a single frag in round number 2, and this time around they're trying to make good on these pistols. It's about the same buy-up they had before, except a couple of armors this time around. And in fact, Ainge, he spotted out Wiz. Wiz trapped in a corner here, nearly able to make his way out, only finds one kill, and Beck finds one for himself as well. All of a sudden, Hex is alone in the A bomb site again. It's on to him to make the play. They know where he is. He's still able to find a double spray down, though, and that's going to turn it into a 2v2, make it a 2v1. B Wills goes big yet again, and it's Pony to trade it back. He's done big things before for his team. Can he do it this time? And we'll land the shot on the bomb planter to begin with. Molly does push Wills out of the middle of the bomb site and does a ton of damage to him in the process. But Pony still needs to deal with Blakers in pit. Only the head showing this is such a tough angle to deal with, especially now that Pony down to 8 HP. And Pony, he might even not go for this one. He's now allowed Blakers to rotate out of pit. He's still got a kit, and if he knew how low they are, he likely would be going for it, even though he's only on 8 HP, but instead, going to back his way off, and what should have been the easier of the rounds for RBG to pick up, Front GG actually make it happen off the back of Blakers with that ridiculous Deeg shot onto the Moto player. Or was that Beck? My bad. Was that Beck or was that Blakers? Can't quite remember. May have been Beck. In any case, RBG seed their first round over, and they respond by going for the double op. Alrighty. Wiz and G-Man-Chu with the ops in hand, AK in the hands of Pony, Ump for Walco, and just a CZ for Hex. So it's going to be onto the ops here. Aggression towards Banana. G-Man-Chu trying to deal. Nearly catches a full blind shot. They swung around the corner. It would have been a collateral. Instead, he just misses it by milliseconds. And that gives a little bit of information over to front. They know that this is a buy-up now for RBG. But the RBG, they're going to recontest. G-Man-Chu op in hand. He finds an angle and finds the kill. And he's going to be able to fall back with the 5v4 secured. Massive play from him, the confidence. And unfortunately, Beck was not prepared for that one. And it's Wiz now to try and catch front off guard on this side of the map. Trying to boost over the smoke. Little does he know, you can actually jump onto the player's head while he's standing if you catch your way onto the ledge just behind. He was unaware of that, and for that reason, RBG do not actually end up getting the boost to work. And front will make their way out of it with the one-man disadvantage only. Although Blakers nearly loses his life to G-Man-Chu again. Front, they make their way into the B site. Only one member to try and defend, as Pony, through the smoke, wasn't able to land a shot. In fact, over the smoke he will, though. Now it's a 2-man advantage. Front GG to try and play the after plant. They're able to get out of the bomb site, and there's no flank here coming through for RBG, and very little utility as well, but it's a 3-man advantage. Ainge and SGM to make the plays. SGM with one, looking for more, as they've given him the angles, but he just can't land the shots. Is Ainge alone. 1v4, there's one, spins, there's two, gets back into the smoke, he gets away. This could be a win for Ainge here, as they can't find him in the smoke. Glock in hand, not able to find it. Finally, Walco takes him down, and just barely RBG pick up the round, but that was a close one, and Front GG with the bomb plant will be able to buy up next round regardless. GG, bought up all the way down. RBG, respond in kind. Still 2 ops in hand as they pick that last round up with 2 members remaining. They were able to hold on to both. It does make retakes a little bit harder, and their A control has been questionable so far. Front GG likely realized this, and if they can take control of A, RBG should be in a very tough spot to try and retake. That being said, RBG have pushed themselves and rotated with 4 members over to A. So Front GG can't force a rotate back. That A take might not be as easy as once thought. With 3 members wanting to make their way throughout apartments, they want to try and catch RBG off guard here. Hext to hold on in pit. Walco here with support from G-Man Chu. The op is actually on to Pony, which is a little bit surprising. It was G-Man Chu and Wiz last time around. Now it's Pony and Wiz. On GG, they make their way out through apartments. 2 players in sight. Hex does go down to begin things off. G-Man Chu and Walco to try and hold on in the 4v2. However, G-Man Chu does go down. It's Walco to hold on. SGM to try and make the play in the 1v3. Flash comes through. Walco closes it out with the 3K. And RBG bring it to 5-1. And now Front GG is the team on a light buy. They're the team that needs to try and get something to work here. Get some pistols to find some frags. They've done it once. They need to do it again now. 5-1 down. Of course, this is Inferno. Being 5-1 down on T side isn't the end of the world. It isn't expected to be a T-sided map or anything like that. However, you can't let your opponent start to run away with the map and get all this sorts of confidence, and that's exactly what Pony is getting with these repeaks. He's not afraid whatsoever. Front GG already down by 2 as they make their way into the site, and G-Man Chu, that was a nice shot with the M4 in hand. He's beginning to close it out already. Will's the only member on the B side to try and do anything, as the bomb has already been taken down. And Front GG, this round has just about been taken down for RBG. Front GG about to be down by 6-1, and RBG doing it in style with 5 members remaining. Should be able to build themselves a little bit of economy and get into another situation. As we saw, Front GG was able to pick up a round, but RBG was able to buy up into the following round. It wasn't a comfortable buy, but it was a buy nonetheless, and that's why Front GG wasn't able to get any breathing room and wasn't able to get themselves in a position to actually string some rounds together. RBG did lose 1 member in the process of winning that round, but 1 does not mean all that much unless Front can pick up this round right here. 6-1 down. Front starting to get a little bit desperate. They need to pick one up soon. They need to start stringing a few together. In fact, they begin it by finding an entry on a Walco. Aggressive down middle. Potentially the wrong play, you would think, as that one just gifts the frag over to Front GG. And they had 4 members on the banana side. It was not a standard default play for Front, so Walco wasn't able to get anything done for himself. RBG now trying to re-aggress is Pony with the op in hand, trying to catch someone off guard. He's gotten the angle onto SGM. He finds the frag, and SGM wasn't the one he found the frag onto, and not able to find the trade either. So man advantage taken down into the 4v4 now. RBG Esports doing a fantastic job for themselves of finding entries on a Front GG. This is something they did very well against Kinesis on Dust 2. They're doing it on the CT side against our Front GG as well. 3v3 now to hold on is Hexed in the A bomb site, but he's being wrapped around on. If this smoke goes down, Hexed should go down with it. And that's exactly what will happen. Down goes Hex. Trade back comes out from Pony. But the retrade from B Wills turns it into a 1v2 for G-Man Chu to play out from. He has to make his way through a smoke, but he does so. Catches Wills off guard, but he was looking the wrong direction, and Front GG will be able to pick up their second. And they do have a chance to bring a couple rounds in a row, and it's even better for them here, as it likely may bait RBG into a force buy. But RBG not going to be baited into it. This is a similar situation to what they were in when they force bought up 3-1, I believe it was. But this time around, they go for the save. They know they can buy up into the following round should they lose this one. So there's not a lot of pressure. Sometimes you can find your way back into a half by having a counter terrorist side with just barely not enough to go for a real buy. They go for the force buy anyways, and after losing that force buy, they have to double eco. Instead, RBG not falling into the trap. He's got the pistols, and the flash comes through for Pony to take down Ainge. That is a massive entry for him to find and give themselves a one-man advantage over front. They're making their way to the other side of the map, and this side of the map is not as starkly held as Front GG finds all 3 frags on the A side, and this should be a round going their way as RBG into the 2v4. G-Man Shoot just barely manages to find the kill on SGM. In fact, that is fantastic for RBG. They take down 2 ops for themselves. Front GG had 2 ops on their side at the beginning of the round, and only 2 members of Front GG go down, but unfortunately for them, both the members that go down were the oppers, and both those ops will be secured and held onto into the following round. And in fact, one of their members just dies to the bomb there for free. I think we may have a timeout or something, as maybe he was AFK. Beck hasn't moved in spawn since he died at the end of the last round, so that may be what we're seeing here. In any case, this will be a pause, and I'm going to have to leave my computer for just a second. And hopefully they call a couple of pauses and we don't miss any of the action. But anyways, this is the Heartland League Grand Finals. Map number 1, Front GG with the 1 map advantage into the Grand Finals by nature of coming in from the upper bracket. And shout out to the sponsors, AYOZAT, AYOZAT.com, and the British Army. We'll be right back. So we are back live, in fact, back reconnected to the server, and we had a very quick round there. B Wills now is the last man standing. RBG was able to answer back fairly quickly for themselves. And try and bring it back to 7-3, although B Wills, ooh, that nade almost took Pony down. Takes him down to 13 HP at the very least. Wills could actually get something done into this round. It is a 1v3. He is only on 10 HP. Well, now he's on to nothing. But he had a chance into that round. If he had found the entry on a G-Man Shoe, that would have put him in a put them in a position to potentially lose that round and allow Front GG to bring the lead back down to 2. Instead, Will's not able to make it happen, and Front GG now down by 4, and this is a light force buy for them here. They've bet a lot on this round, and it's going to be a tough one for them to pick up, but they've caught RBG off guard. They're making their way into B quickly, and RBG fell back off into CT. Boost on G-Man-Chu. He does find a kill for himself, but taken down low in the process. Front GG, they're down a man, but not down in HP. 4v5, and we'll have the bomb plant for free. And they're able to force a couple close range engagements here, especially for Ainge, close to construction here. RBG is going to have to force out through the doorway eventually, and Ainge may be able to make a play happen off of that. Smoke does go down. Ainge makes the play. Not able to find a frag off of that play. He goes down. G-Man-Chu with the double entry. Blakers to hold on with SGM. Neither can find the frags, and Front GG, they had a 4v5 on the afterplant there, but the retake comes through for RBG, and they make their way to 8 rounds. They secure the half victory. 8-7 is the best score that Front GG can make it, and it would be surprising if they were able to do so. However, more surprising things have happened in Front GG games in the past. Maybe they can make that play. They've been having some trouble here as we head later into the half. The double op setup from RBG has been shutting down Front GG very successfully, and they've been doing a good job rotating off. They very consistently get a player pushed up Banana, and they rotate 4 members over to the A side, and Front GG has a very tough time dealing with that. This time around, Front GG do try and pressure into Banana. Ainge is here to put a stop to any of this over-aggression. He is mollied out and pushed back, but no rotate off has come through yet. In fact, trade will go the way of RBG. So the contest towards Banana does not work out well for Front GG. They go down into the 5v4, and RBG are the ones with the advantage once more. GG having a tough time opening these rounds up without going down a man or losing full control of the map early on in the round. But as they make their way back over to Banana, they're going to try and chase Pony down before he can get the rotate back. Walco, or G-Man-Chu and Wiz both trying to rotate over to support, and Pony, does he even need that support? He finds a kill for himself and falls off as well. Going to be boosted back over the smoke. No, in fact, he's going to find the kill through the smoke. 2v5 now to work from for Front GG off of some heroics there from Pony. This is such a tough spot to be in. It's B-Wills and Beck to try and make it happen. They're able to collapse down on 2 players here coming up through construction. Wills, he nearly found the spray down. Instead, as he goes down, as does Beck, and RBG pick up their 9th. They may be able to bring this one to 12-3. Front, they cannot get a single thing working for them later on in this half. RBG are making everything happen. Front GG, aggressive towards Banana. They realize that losing Banana control has not been working out well for them so far this half, and perhaps a contest towards Banana is what can save them. Contest doesn't net really much at all. They get control of Banana, but the recontest towards Banana for RBG is coming out here shortly. Pony on the corner finds the frag. Beck able to get the trade, but G-Man-Chu is here to continue the contest. 4v4, so at the very least, Front GG do not lose the advantage for the time being, but they lose the advantage on this side as Hex takes down SGM through the smoke. And now Front GG yet again will have to play from the one-man advantage, or disadvantage rather, and RBG able to get full Banana control and rotate a player off. It's like clockwork that this play has been happening, and G-Man-Chu with the second kill of the round through the smoke. This time it's G-Man-Chu. Last time it was Hexed. Front GG just can't get any luck going their way. So try and contest Banana this time around. Oh my. B Wills. He only needed to land one shot, but he just couldn't make it hit. Instead, G-Man-Chu is able to find a kill for himself and put it all down onto Ainge in the 1v4. It would be pretty miraculous if you would even find a bomb plant here, as Wiz and G-Man-Chu are both here to put a stop to it. This is likely double digits here for RBG, although Ainge, he does find one, spinning to try and take down Wiz, but the rotate did come through, and the round does go the way of RBG. Double digits go their way, and if we take a look at the scoreboard, there is some absolutely fantastic performances here coming through from Hexed, Pony, and G-Man-Chu, all up around 14 and 15 frags. Walco a little bit lower, and Wiz on 5 only. Surprising, as Wiz was a shutdown player, especially in the first 2 maps against Kinesis. He just had a little bit more trouble here. Not that surprising for an Opera to have a little bit of trouble finding the entries, especially when your team is finding the entries for themselves. A lot of the time on Inferno, you have to extend quite far to find entries with the Op. This time around, he's extending up towards truck side. 3 members here to hold on to the A site for RBG. Hext opens it up for himself, and Walco here to combine for the spray downs. RBG with the easy cleanup round, and Wiz, he will go down, so not going to be adding to his 5-round kill count, but actually, Ainge, he's found 3 for himself. He found a double onto the 2 players in A, the collateral, and it's a 1v2. He was in a 1v5. This is winnable. Walco looking the wrong direction from on the top of the boxes. That's a... Oh my... That went right through him. There's no way. That went right through him. There's no way that was not on him. Ainge, from the 1v5, had every chance into the 1v2, even gifted a frag, but he couldn't do it. And RBG pick up their 11th. Time around, front aggressive towards middle, and the aggression towards mid works out in their favor. SGM finds a kill and nearly a second, and Ainge takes down G-Man. Finally, RBG, they miss a shot and they're punished for it. Ainge able to continue the success that he found in the 1v5 and parlay it into some success towards Banana. But up front, they will make their way over to the much harder held of the bomb sites. 2 members here for RBG to hold on to the A side, but the shot is missed by Wiz. Maybe you can see why he's only got 5 kills. He's simply not being able to land the shots so far in this map. And off the back of that, front make their way back over to Banana, where RBG has fully abandoned the bomb site, and this round should be going the way of front GG, but there will be a fight here eventually. By nature of this being round number 15, there's no reason for RBG not to attempt to go for it. Even though 3v5, this is just about an unwinnable situation. I think in any other round, RBG would be saving. Flash through the smoke as they make their way forward, and all 3 members taken down. Front GG is able to close out the final round of the half and get themselves to 4, but 4 is not exactly a very positive T side on Inferno. Usually you're looking to pick up more like 6, maybe even 7. This pistol round will be absolutely pivotal, and Front GG now feeling what it was like when Kinesis headed into the CT half with 4 rounds against 11. This time, perhaps they have a better chance of making their way back into this one than Kinesis did. And aggression down towards alt middle. Ainge with support from Beck, trying to find some frags. Ainge does find one. Trade does not come through. Blaker's brought down to 3 HP, but 3 HP is no frag. And Front GG will have a tough time holding onto the B site now. SGM here, 5-7 in hand. Spray down through the smoke, able to find one. He's rotated over. Beck gave him some support, but was not there quite in time, which means the 3v4 will be played out with this flank coming through. Ainge finds the shot on the flank. So both teams have gone for a flank in this one. Flank comes up more positive for Front GG so far, as it's on to Pony now in the 1v3. He's having a look at into construction. They don't think he can be here. They think it's clear, so he's going to be able to find the... And he might be able to get the double lineup, but Beck checks it. Beck checks his back, makes sure... And right there was Pony with the Glock in hand, trying to line up a double frag if he could. Unfortunately, no such thing will happen, and Front GG do pick up the first round of second half. So they are able to get themselves back on the board. 2 rounds in a row now throughout the 2 halves. And RBG with 5 Glocks. Front, you think, should be able to pick this one up pretty comfortably as they're 5 SMGs deep. MP9s are just about the best gun you can imagine when you're fighting against Glocks. There should be, in theory, just about no way that RBG could pick this round up, but as we know, theory does not always transfer itself into reality. One flash for G-Man Chu as they try and make their way over to Banana here. There's the flash through. Beck on the other side goes down. Now Blakers is here to hold on. The 5 Glock play. Dazed, where are you? It's somehow working out. They make their way in. Blakers needs to hold on. Does find 1 frag and a ton of damage. Just needs to survive for the rotate, and he's able to do just that. SGM gets there just as Blakers go down, and RBG should be losing this round just about now as G-Man Chu goes down. SGM with the 5K. And another word for a 5K is an ace. To close that round out, bring the lead down to 5, but unfortunately for Front, they're not able to do quite the same thing RBG did on map number 1, or on half number 1 rather, where they picked up a round with 5 members remaining and were able to buy into the next round regardless. They're going to have to save if they lose this one, but Blakers giving them the advantage into that round with the frag. Long range with the MP9 in hand, he's able to find the entry onto Wiz, take 1 gun out of the hands of RBG, and put some pressure onto them as well. Although Front GG did lose some health in the process of that push, they didn't lose a frag. And this gives them some pressure onto RBG. Something to work with at the very least. RBG continuing to play it slow. They've got banana control for themselves. As Front GG, they were 4-man stacked over on middle at the beginning of the round to do that push, which means they couldn't really hard contest towards Banana. Had to give it up for RBG to take it. And RBG going to use that banana control to try and get a little bit of information, work a pick over here. That pick will not be found for the time being. And in the meantime, they've taken mid control for themselves as well. So Front GG, because they're a little bit injured, because they only have MP9s, they really don't want to give up another frag, and they will allow RBG to take map control. But as SGM clears out middle, he should know this is a B play. Only 20 seconds to work with. I'm not sure why he's not rotating quite yet. As RBG make their way in. Becker here to try and hold on. Ainge goes down, and that means B site control here for RBG is easily secured. And it's the 4v4 for Front GG to retake through. Molly comes down, but they molly themselves off. Front GG try to make their way in, but all the frags go the way of RBG, and they secure their 12th round now, 12-6 up. They double the scoreline of Front GG, and now Front GG likely to save, and RBG gonna run away with this one. This one could be over very quickly. Pistols in the hands of Front GG. Of course, rifles in the hands of RBG. And Front GG with it all to do in this round and in this game, as RBG is going to try and take it to a map number 3. One frag does go the way of front GG, and they nearly find a second as Wiz is brought down to 36 HP, but still demand advantage for RBG in the meantime. And as they make their way over the A side, A is completely empty for front. Only Ainge here to try and get anything done, and he does find one. Trying to contest to find another one. Pony reconsiders the aggression. And with that, RBG will end up closing it out. Hex finds the double on the B side, and RBG find their 13th. And if Front GG is going to answer back at any point in this map, it's got to be right now. It's got to be in this round here. They don't have a full buy up. They don't have an op, which they clearly want. They have an SMG, an MP9 in the hands of Ainge, and a FAMAS in the hands of Beck. But this is the time for someone to come up big. This is the time for someone to make a play and put Front GG on their back. Give them a chance. Fortunately for them, on the other side, Hex has been making a whole lot of plays, and nobody on front has stepped up quite so far in this map. If we remember back to their game against Kinesis, Wills had dropped a 30 bomb on Nuke, and they had some support in the hands of, I believe it was SGM as well. But no 30 for Wills this time around. He's sitting down around 10. RBG throw a little bit of a fake towards middle as they make their way back over to the banana side. They want to try and collapse down on SGM quickly before a rotate can come through. And he doesn't have a smoke. He's only got a flash. That will not delay RBG nearly long enough. He needs to find the frags. He does find one. Looks for more. Not able to find it. RBG will be able to take B site control, and the 4v4 will be a retake. Make it a 3v4 retake here for Front GG as they force their way in. Blakers is able to find one, but he goes down in return. And it's still going to have to be a big play coming up from front, coming up from Beck, exactly, and he's not even looking the right direction in the smoke. RBG pick up their 14th, and Front GG with it all to do now. They have just about no chance into this game. 8 rounds down, no money in the bank. RBG should be able to close this one out, and we'll move into map number 3. Standard control so far from RBG as they get control of alt middle, and they get control of banana, and they just push Front GG back from any aggressive plays that they may want to be making. And Front GG, they haven't done anything too crazy or overboard to try and get information. It's just a boost behind the smoke that does in fact work out for them as Ainge takes down Wiz, but that does signal to RBG that there is no B stack right now. And that may signal that they should push their way out. Unfortunately for them, they're not stacked up on the B side, so they're not able to go for the execute out, and G-Man Shoot, still looking for information towards apartments, is able to find the kill for himself there. Able to find a second on Ainge as well. This is the A site essentially secured for RBG, as SGM remains as the only member alive on the A side, nearly catches the flank, nearly catches the player off guard in the back. Instead, 2 ships passing in the night, and SGM will be able to pick up the SG553 and hold on to it into the next round. So at the very least, Front GG will have 2 Kriegs to work with into the following round, but they'll have 9 rounds to win in a row if they want to make it into overtime here against RBG, as RBG is fit to go 15-6 up here. 9 rounds in a row. Not sure any team is quite up for that task, but perhaps Front can be the team to do it. Op in the hands of SGM. I believe that might be even the first time they've had it this half, as they've been so low on the economy the entirety of the time. And the RBG trying to catch him off guard. Aggression up middle. He misses the first shot, but Wills finds the double. Recontest from SGM, finds the double for himself as well. And RBG go down by 4 members. Wiz goes down as well, and Front GG will start it up with the first. 8 more to go now. And as unlikely as it is, that was an impressive round for Front GG to be able to pick up. The double kill from Wills and the double collateral there for SGM with the op in hand, able to find himself to his 17th frag. Unfortunately, that's less than 3 members of RBG, and he's the highest ranking fragger on Front so far. That's going to need to change if this comeback is to happen. Still, RBG, they've got themselves some form of banana control. At least they're trying to contest it, and Front GG have fallen off, gifted it over to RBG for the time being. So RBG will get themselves some map control. They want to take brackets control as well. However, SGM does have something to say about that one. Doesn't want to give it up for free, and in fact, the Krieg in the hands of Wills is the one that puts them down. Puts Pony down to 25 HP and pushes him back. SGM not happy with that, though. He wants to go for more. Pressuring down, peeking down middle. He's going to get the information. Nobody is here for RBG. A rotate could come through, and if that rotate comes through, that's going to be a major factor, as RBG is hitting their way over to the B side, and Front GG should know it. Utility comes down. Big Beck here to try and put a stop to it. Spray down, triple kill through the smoke. That's a massive play for him, and Blakers adds on with a kill through the smoke as well. Wiz now last man standing yet again, and Front GG going to be able to pick up their 8th. This is their 2nd in a row on the road, the yellow brick road to a comeback. Wiz does have something to say about it. He does find one for himself, but unfortunately, it's exactly what he did the last round, and it didn't mean very much last round either. Now RBG is onto the eco, Glocks in hand, and this comeback is making its way through in full force. There is a chance, somehow. A few rounds away from starting to feel like it's actually going to happen, but at the very least RBG or Front GG have shown that they're not going to be run over in this half, and although it's still unlikely there for them to bring it all the way back to overtime, if they could get their way to 11 or 12 rounds, they could at least show themselves for the confidence and their opponents as well. They are not going to be run over in this series. Aggression from RBG, trying to chase Front back into the bomb site. They're able to find an entry, but Blakers trades back with 3 and the 4th. Blakers with a 4K on the anti-eco, and although it is an anti-eco, 4K can't be laughed at, as if he had gone down, very likely RBG would have been able to get a bomb plant, give themselves a little bit more money into this round here, and perhaps Front GG would have had a tough time going for the retake. Instead, Front with the double ops set up now, and RBG trying to contest towards Banana with 4. Smokes go down, nullify 2 Molotovs, and RBG, they're not going for much of a default. They've been picked apart in their defaults so far. They just want to make this B play happen. G-Manchu making noise over on the middle side, trying to push Front back, and the execute will be coming through here shortly. Back in Blakers to try and hold on. Molly's come down. Now it's only Blakers alone on the bomb site. Can't even find a frag. RBG now with the 5v3 on the after plant. And this is looking like a 16-9 game as SGM misses the shot, gets taken down, and RBG with everything in the bag here. Although, 3 members very low. Unfortunately, that doesn't matter. Wolko with 5 health finds the double, closes it out, and this is our first game that is not 16-11. This one is 16-7, or 16-9 rather, for RBG as we move into map number 2 shortly. For Front GG versus RBG. Of course, this is the grand finals of the Heartland League. Front GG starting with a one-map advantage by nature of coming from the upper bracket, which means this is map number 2. However, as far as this series is concerned, it's map number 3 with RBG against Front GG. We'll be back with that shortly. I'll throw on some music and we'll see it happen very quickly here. But shout out to the sponsors AOZat and the British Army, the sponsors of EFLGG, here for the Heartland League Grand Finals. The ninth round has commenced, where Front GG was gifted the victory because I believe this may or must have been RBG Esports' map choice. As very often you are given the side choice on your opponent's map pick. And pistol round will play out here shortly. As RBG goes for 2 mollies. This is something you very rarely see. In fact, I'm not sure I've ever seen it before. 1 molly for G-Manchu, 1 for Wiz as they make their way over towards ramp. Quickly trying to contest is Front GG as 2 members go down to the hands of Hexed. So man advantage now for RBG as they make their way quickly over to lower. Blakers is here to try and contest through Toxic window side, or through window side. However, RBG rethinks the strategy and they make their way back over to upper, and it's going to be Hexed into heaven. 2 members to try and contest for front, but both stuck in the lower side of the map. Means it's going to be a 2v4 retake. Nobody towards upper as the bomb will be planted for free. Blakers and Wills out through mini. They find the first. Spotted out Pony. They know where the bomb planter is as well, so they have good information on where exactly RBG is. They just need to land the shots. Pony out through heaven, and they will find both kills. RBG, they were in a position where Front GG certainly could have made that one happen, even though it was a man disadvantage, but RBG close it out and pick up pistol round for themselves. 1-0 up on the T side of Nuke. Certainly advantage that they would have been looking for. That being said, Front GG, they were able to answer back with round number 2 against Kinesis, and we'll see if they can do that again against RBG this time around. Deegs in hand. SGM is able to find the first entry for himself, and this is 4 Deegs for Front GG, in fact. Usually you see a little bit more of a split between the Deegs and the CZs, and perhaps an ump or 2, or an MP9. But Front GG very happy with the Deegs in hand. Worked out for them so far, but so far is only 1 kill. And Wills on the side catches Pony off guard, but Pony spins and finds the frag anyways, and they bring the advantage back in their favor. 4v3. It's Front GG that needs to play from the disadvantage. 2v3 as Beck does find one for himself. Both players in mini, but RBG doesn't know that. They still have a chance into this one. They just know Beck. They can hear as he moves around. Ainge can hear as they move around as well. As they drop in a mini, he goes down. Beck now needs to hold on. Out through Squeaky. G-Manchu gives him the angle. He's able to land so much damage, but no frag. RBG pick it up with all 3 members down below 35 HP. So close there for Front GG to make it happen, but unable to do so. Now they're on to the round where they're going to be stuck on 5 USPs. Make it 4 and a P250. And the triple nade will come out, but unfortunately the triple nade unlikely to find very much success as RBG make their way over to Squeaky to try and make their way towards the upper side of the map. Front GG should be losing this one fairly quickly, and we'll see as we head into the first gun round how this one plays out. That being said, They do find one kill for themselves. Walco goes down as his teammate stops supporting just at the last second. Caught him off guard. And Front GG do find their way into a man advantage somehow, even though, oh my, that's a two-man advantage. Ainge finds the shot onto Wiz as well. 5v3, regardless of the guns they have. This is very winnable for Front. But trades come back, 3v2, and trapped in is Blakers in Squeakies, trying to be supported by SGM, but two players here for RBG. Both dink down very low. One goes their way. Pony to try and hold on now. 1v2. He's already found one, but he's down on 20 health, and there's two members for Front here. How in the world does this happen? 4 USPs and a P250, and we're back into a 2v1 now with Pony down on 20 HP. Certainly, if you can find a bomb plant and find time to get away into an after plant, you would think this is very likely to go his way. But Bwills, he's in the perfect spot. He's going to spot Pony out, and he's going to be able to land the shot. Bwills with the headshot. The 20 health didn't even matter, but regardless, Front make their way onto the board and pick up their first on the round they never should have won. And now it's RBG in a tough spot as G-Man-Chu is going to be able to field an op, but the rest of the team is on incredibly weak weapons, and G-Man-Chu doesn't even have armor. Front GG should be able to make their way back into this game. Op in hand through Squeaky. Ooh, nearly gifted a frag. Ainge apparently didn't call the B-Wills that the door was open, or at the very least, they didn't expect an op. Because an op in round number 4 in these situations is somewhat rare. Still, that would have been a big entry for RBG to find. Instead, G-Man-Chu just barely didn't have the reaction times to pick it up. And now Front GG knows the exact situation they're in, knows what they're facing against, and knows that they can't give any sort of engagement over to the opper. SGM does give the engagement over to the player with the Galil on top of Twinkie, and that Galil will not be retrieved. So it's an op and 3 pistols to play out from now for RBG. And it's Front GG that are the team starting to take advantage early on in the game this time around. SGM, he's actually trapped in now. G-Man-Chu, unfortunately, he's not the one there. He's not the guy with the op able to train down on the angle. He was already back towards lobby. As RBG, they want to make their way over to ramp side. G-Man-Chu will lead the way, but Blakers hears it. He's going to be able to call the rotate over. Wills will be here, and this should be an easy cleanup here for Front GG. That's exactly what it is. No! Wiz finds the double. Welko with one as well on the outer side. That turns this into a 2v2. How does this turn into a 2v2? RBG, they need to make their way up into upper. Beck is able to find the first one and drop off as well. This should be the round going the way of Front. However, Wiz does find one. He's going to be able to get the bomb plant as well. Even though SGM is here, he's not going to be there in time. Wiz, back behind the bomb site. He's going to be able to make his way out. SGM, he might not realize that Wiz has made his way into hut. Wiz, he might even have an advantage here, but he misses the shot. SGM finds his second of the round, and Front GG nearly have done back to them what they did to RBG in the previous round. Only off the back of SGM's heroics do they manage to pick up their second, but still they take a ridiculous amount of damage, and this could make a very big difference heading into the next gun round when it comes by as to whether or not they can actually buy off of a round loss. This time around, RBG on a lighter buy than they were in the previous round. That's how it works when you go for that sort of forced buy. Of course, Front GG, this is the round that Front GG managed to win on when they only had 1 upgraded pistol and 4 USPs. RBG with a slightly better situation, but they are able to catch Wills off guard, and Wills nearly goes down, just barely survives, and he's taken down at 1 HP. The long-range Glock headshot just barely doesn't take him down, and RBG, they gave themselves a real chance into this round. They did a lot of damage to several players, but unfortunately for them, not able to combine it onto a single target means the best they're going to be able to do is plant the bomb, and at the very least, actually planting the bomb may make a difference in their buy-up into the following round. They're not yet on a 5-round loss bonus, which means that bomb plant might be the difference between an op and full utility versus no op at all. That being said, they may not even want to go for an op. Wiz has been a fantastic opper for RBG in the majority of their games, but he did have a little bit of trouble on Inferno, and he might not have the confidence behind him. As I say that, he did buy the op, but I was wondering if he had the confidence behind him to buy the op, even though he had a very tough time in map number 1 of this series. But he buys it instead. He's got 4 kills. Last map he had 7 kills in 25 rounds. Had a very tough time. This time, RBG trying to make their way quickly over to the mini. They want to catch Wills off guard. They do throw the flash down, but he dodges it. Here comes the upper split through, and it goes very well for RBG with the triple entry. SGM finally answers back, but only with 1. In fact, Pony caught off guard. Might trade back. No. SGM jumping out of heaven almost catches the angle on a Pony, but Pony lands the shot, and Front GG will be losing, you would think, the lead here. However, Blakers, he's got a different idea in his mind. 1v3, 2 members of RBG, very lit here, but Walco gonna find the frag anyways. 2k from Pony, 2k from Walco, and 3 rounds on the board for RBG, and that forces Front GG into a tough spot here, as they're going to be unable to buy into this round comfortably, but because the players are so low on money, they actually go for the buy-up anyways. Op dropped over to SGM. They go for the force. This is a very split buy. SGM with the op. He isn't able to find anything. The Mac 10 from G-Man-Chu is the one that finds the entry. SGM, he might be gifted an angle though, as G-Man-Chu is close up. No. G-Man-Chu, in fact, drops the smoke down for safety, and RBG make their way over to the lower side. 4v3 for them here, man advantage, and only 1 player in lower so far. Ainge cannot stop the bomb plant, and the retake very likely will not come through, as SGM will likely try and hold on to this op here because of the split buy-up. If they had full bought into this round, we might see something different happening, but because it's a split buy-up, SGM would be well rewarded for holding on to that op and bringing it into the next round, give themselves a chance to actually go for a real buy-up into the next round. I believe that's exactly what he's doing, as he's made his way over to T-spawn. RBG going to be able to hold on to 4 guns here, although Beck wants to try and change that. RBG not going to allow that one to happen. And RBG will pick up their 4th round, take the lead back for themselves. Remember how Front versus Kinesis went. In fact, Front had a very good T side. It was their CT side that failed them. Actually, it's the other way around. In any case, RBG quickly over to upper this time around. Auto shotgun in the hands of Ainge. Does not spot out the player dropping into lower, and G-Man-Chu will get in through towards the bottom of ramp, and nobody's going to be here to try and put a stop to the split of ramp that RBG has happening as SGM goes down. This is very good control for RBG. They're keeping the pressure on, and Front GG has absolutely no answer. The flank will come through for Ainge, but he's smoked off. Bomb will be planted. Beck tries to put a stop to it, but he goes down in the process. And 4v3 is the numbers game now for the retake to come out here for Front GG. Unfortunately for them, this one is not working out so far, as B. Wills was put to an early grave, and Blakers simply can't land the op shot. Front GG would be better served trying to hold on to their guns here, as the retake will not happen. They will be able to hold on to the op into the hands of Ainge, but the round will go the way of RBG, and 4 members for Front fall. They won't have much to work with into the following round. RBG starting to run away with this one. So if we remember back to Kinesis front GG, what happened was front started on that CT side. They got taken down, in fact. I believe they lost the half 7-8. And they brought it back on the T side. See if they can do that one again, as they're losing this half fairly convincingly so far. And the outer stack is being answered by RBG. 3 members here for RBG to try and put a stop to the 4 of front. And it's working quite well for them so far. 2 entries go their way, and Beck in a corner could catch G-Man off guard, but he's not able to land the shot. G-Man even takes a very long time to understand where the shots are coming from, but he finds the kill regardless. And now front GG in the 2v5 might not even be able to find a kill. In fact, Blakers will find a kill. SGM will find one as well in the upper bomb site, 1v3. Oh my, I thought he landed the second one. He did, and he gets the kill as well. 1v2 now. Very winnable for SGM. He actually landed the shot on Wiz through the wall and then returned and hit the second one as well. RBG make their way into the lower bomb site. This would have to be a 4K 1v4 for SGM to pick up, and somehow he's in a position to be able to do so. He's got body armor. He's got some form of utility. Just needs to land one more good shot on a Hext. Hext on the ramp. But G-Man Shoot closes it out, finds the shot as RBG play that one together, and they double the scoreline of front GG. Although they were given a little bit of pressure there near the end, SGM made them worry about that round. Still, RBG find it. And they still have enough to buy up even after a round loss. So front GG needs to start stringing the rounds together to find their way back into this one. Front will have the buy up this time around. SGM with the op towards the outer side. No lobby push coming through quite yet for front GG. It seems like they did consider it. Nothing so far. And SGM... not sure he saw G-Man shoot cross. I think he may have. B-Wills. If SGM flashes for him, this should be a kill on a G-Man shoot, you would think. However, G-Man is hiding behind red. He doesn't want to give anything up. But he will eventually anyways. B-Wills finds the kill on a G-Man shoot there. Gives his team the advantage that they needed. RBG will have to answer back. The outer smokes fall down. B-Wills is here towards lower to try and stop the lower play. All 4 members of RBG make their way in towards lower. And front should have heard at least some notification that this was going on. Look at the utility here. RBG, far superior utility. 4 members have mollies, and they've got plenty of flashes as well. It's on to the gunfights for front GG to try and win it. That's a disadvantage for them as they fight against the Kriegs of RBG. In towards lower RBG goes. Wills is here to try and get a little bit of contest, and Blake is here as well. Blakers from the rafters should be able to take down the bomb plant, and he will do exactly that. Round easily going the way up front. Although Pony, he has other ideas in mind, finds a double, but he does go down. And RBG do cede their 4th round over to front GG, but they still lead by 2. And they're still able to buy up here, so they can trade this one right back and prevent front GG from stringing the rounds together. The ball's in front GG's court now, though. This is absolutely pivotal that they pick this round up and start to bring this half back in their favor. And they need to do it right now. Smokes towards outer, drop down. This time around, it's a bit of a fake. They just want to push front GG back and make them potentially rotate a player over. However, front GG will do no such thing. They remain 4 players. Nobody in the lower. Squeaky open. It's Ainge on top of Hut. He's the man to make the play here. Trying to dodge the flash. He's got some support in upper. The molly does come down. Beck full blinded, and SGM does find the first frag. They've got full support here to try and make this play happen. SGM able to find one. Wills with the second. SGM with the third. And now it's G-Man Chu. Make it Wiz, the only man remaining in the 1v3. Not even able to find a single one. And front GG will pick up their 2nd in a row. Both rounds with 3 members remaining. But it does mean that RBG will be back onto the eco. And although An eco has been won this game so far. That eco was won by the hands of Front GG. And RBG have a little bit less success with those pistols in hand. Trying to change that luck as they make their way over to ramp. Blakers is here with the op in hand, and he's pushed back immediately. They want to chase him down into lower, and that's exactly what they're going to do. They smoke off the molly to chase. Blakers cannot land a shot. That's an op now into the hands of RBG as they try and force through. Pony legs Wills, and they pick up the op. They recycle it. It's a 4v4 for the retake to play out here now for Front. This is such a tough spot, and this is a pivotal round for them to pick up, but G-Man Chewy picks up the pivotal frag, turns it into a 4v3, advantage RBG. Bomb already planted. Ainge needs to make the play here. Towards window side, but Hext and G-Man Chew combine. RBG closes out the pistol round victory, and they bring it to 7-5. Absolutely devastating loss there for Front GG. As now they're brought back onto pistols, even after winning 2 in a row. They were given a little bit of breathing room as RBG only had pistols themselves, and it should have been a gimme of a round for Front GG to pick up, but instead, the pistols reign supreme, and Front GG is torn away from the guns. And that was through the door. Hex with the triple dink on Wills, and I imagine Wills feels like that's just about the way this game has been going, as Hex had no idea he was there, just spammed 3 bullets through the wall. All 3 hit him in the head, and he got taken down. And man, if that's not indicative of the way this game, this series has been going, then I don't know what is. Ainge and Beck in the 2v5 would love to find something for themselves, maybe be able to secure a Krieg and bring it into the following round. We do have some information, and if RBG isn't careful, they could try and take him down on the flank, but Walco, one step ahead, was watching that play through the smoke and takes Ainge down. And that should be RBG securing the half victory for themselves, up 8-5, unless Beck pulls off some absolute heroics, and this would be one of the best clutches of all time. But the firing squad waits at the bottom of the vent, and unfortunately Beck falls victim to the firing squad. 8-5 is the score line, and Front GG will be able to go for the buy up here. They need to make this one happen immediately. 10-5 is still on the plate for RBG. It's still a potential outcome, and 10-5 would likely be a nail in the coffin for Front GG. Heading into T-side nuke with 5 rounds, likely not something you can play your way out of. This time around, Front GG trying to boost up in ramp. However, RBG may have heard that. They may have heard the drop. Blakers made noise dropping back onto Beck's head, and if they heard that, they should be able to clear that angle, and they very likely find this round. Here they come through vent. Blakers on top of the boxes, doesn't find the kill, but Beck with a double makes the play for himself, and he dinks Hex down as well. It's a major play from him, giving his team the advantage, but unfortunately Ainge gives it back over. As he goes down, it's a 3v3. Health advantage for Front, at least in a small way, as Hex and Walco are both down around 10 HP. It's going to be very tough for them to find frags without getting traded with a single bullet. However, they make their way into the lower bomb site where Front fully stacked away from, and it's going to be a 3v3 retake. They're not able to even affect the bomb plant in any way, although RBG actually delayed the bomb plant for quite a while. So it gives a little bit more space, a little bit more time for Front GG to work with as they try and make this happen. And that nade gonna land right on Hex. That's a kill they needed. And now it's Wiz 1v3, not even able to find a single thing. SGM through the window, finds the frag, and Front GG from a 3v3 to a 3v0. And they do find their 6th round. So RBG finally give up a round, and Front may be able to get themselves a little bit of momentum heading into the second half, which is exactly what they need to pick this one up. But they're still on the back foot. RBG still feeling pretty comfortable here, sitting pretty at 8-6. trying to make this one 9-6 before the half is up. Wills opens up the scoring in this round with the frag on the player on Twinkie. Gets traded off, but SGM doesn't let that one stand for very long as he finds one of his own and a second, and it's Pony and G-Man Chu now in the 2v4 to bring back the round for RBG. Great round here from front. Pony able to catch SGM off guard and bring the lead back to 1. 2v3 to play out from. G-Man Chu makes his way out towards Hut. It's actually a 2v2. It's back in heaven, or above Hut. Is able to trade back 1. Pony would need to find the ace now to pick this round up, and he's done some crazy things, but this would be the craziest, since he's got only 10 HP to work with. And he did hear Beck there. Hearing Beck should signal to him where both players are. However, because he's taking his time trying to take Beck out, that was actually a great bait by Beck. I believe that was intentionally made noise in the vent to give Blakers time to get down over to lower to prevent the bomb plant. However, Pony is going to be able to get the free bomb plant towards upper. So the fake play in vents actually backfires as Pony will get the bomb plant and be able to get into an after plant position. But front, they do have a smoke. They're going to see where the bomb's planted for. They're going to be able to smoke off Mini if they want, and if they think to smoke off Mini, that should be the end of it for Pony here in this 1v2. But they won't even smoke it off. They smoke off the bomb, and Blakers finds the frag anyways. Front GG will bring this half as close as it can get. 8-7 is the final score line, and although at times it felt like RBG may run away with it, Front GG did manage to keep it at least a little bit close and give themselves a chance heading into second half here. Pistol round comes out. Front GG making their way over to upper very quickly. 4 members here to try and hold on for RBG, but the kills do go the way of Front GG to begin with, as they get 2 entries. Bomb will be planted, and the flank is going to come out for RBG. Walco coming through heaven. 2 players through mini. Wiz through heaven, rather, and Walco through lobby. This is going to be a full-on 4v4 retake. And it's up to the players. Be Wells in sight to try and hold on. Prevent Wiz from coming through heaven. The flank through lobby is going to come out here shortly. Walco needs to find the frags. Is able to get the angle. Finally lands one, but the frags do go the way of Front GG, and they do tie things up, and they get the momentum heading into second half here. This is exactly what they did against Kinesis. If we remember back, they picked up that pistol round. They rallied it into a 3-0 lead, and then they wouldn't let the momentum stop. That's about exactly what they need to do here as well. So RBG do go for the 4 spot. 4 pistols with armor, and the scout in the hands of Wiz. Front just trying to play it safe, not doing anything too crazy. They don't want to give anything over to the scout. Very common for the scout to be purchased and brought over to the outer side, and sometimes you can fall into that trap and get yourself taken down to the 4v5 before you even know it hit you. Fortunately for front, they avoid outer, and they're going to get ramp control for free. Nobody here for RBG to put a stop to it. RBG, though, they will know what happened as the molly towards J connector does let them know. They stay stacked towards upper, and front will be able to plant the bomb in lower. The question is if RBG even wants to go for the retake here. 5v5, likely better served by saving, holding onto the guns, and trying to make something happen in a round number 3. But it's always tough mentally to allow your opponents to get a bomb plant and win a round 5 alive and not get anything happening for you. But that's exactly what RBG is going to do. Honestly, front very likely should just allow them to do it. Although it is tempting to try and force through that smoke, you're giving them exactly what they want. B-Wills, the man with the MAC-10, is going to be the one to try and force through, and that force does not work. Likely the reason Front is doing this is because they don't even realize that RBG went for the force. If they knew RBG had full armor, they may reconsider pushing through that smoke, as they just wanted to find the free money. But a little known fact, you actually get more money for the bomb exploding than you do for a 5-kill round victory. And the money you get for the bomb exploding actually almost makes up for not getting a single kill. With the MAC-10, that is. In any case, RBG trying to fight into this round, but Front GG put a stop to that one real quick as they find the upper bomb site in their control. Although Wiz does trade one back, and he found a shot onto another as well. He could find himself a second kill, and G-Man Chu finds the Deeg shot onto Beck. Looking for more, finds another one! All of a sudden, it's on to Blakers. 1v2. The scout in heaven spots him out. Nearly lands the shot. Unable to do so, but Blakers can't do it either. The round goes the way of RBG somehow, and they tie things up again. Now, Front GG, they do go for the buy-up, but they don't have the same economic advantage that they would have had if G-Man Chu didn't pull off those heroics. They go for the lower play. 4 members over to lower. SGM trying to prevent the rotate and put a little bit of pressure onto RBG. Pony was able to make his way over here in time, and that means Front GG is going to reconsider the quick lower rush. The outer plate, even if they don't go lower, it does force the rotate. Pony is no longer in a position to deal with something towards upper, but Wiz is in position to try and deal with this peak coming out from Front GG. However, Ainge finds the frag anyways. Wiz whiffs it, having a tough time this game as well as the last, and this time around he's punished for it. Front find the entry, give themselves a 5v4, and they open up the map. Now they can go wherever they want, and it's up to RBG to try and win some gunfights to put a stop to it. Pony, the only member to try and hold on to lower for the time being. He will have some support shortly. The frag actually does go the way of Walco in towards lobby. Front GG, they make their way towards the upper side. Frags go the way of Walco, and now Hex is trying to hold on. 3v2, make it a 3v1 as Ainge is the last man standing. This round is not gone well for Front. He's unable to find more than one. Pony out, finds the frag onto him, and RBG take back the lead. Double digits, 10-9. Front, they were able to get themselves an advantage. They opened up the defense in a big way for RBG, but unfortunately they were unable to hold on to lobby control, and for that reason, things did not go their way. Now, Front wants to make their way over to ramp. G-Man Chu is here, find the spray down, finds 3 for himself. Pony combines, and that's going to be another round for RBG. This time around, Front was only on pistols, so that one can be forgiven, but RBG have taken a 2-round lead now, and they've got plenty of money in the bank as well. This is unfortunately a very tough spot for Front GG to play out of now, because they're going to have to string some rounds together to force RBG onto an eco and actually build some economy for themselves. You have the buy up here. No op in hand. It's just 3 AKs and 2 Kriegs. And they want to try and contest towards ramp once more. G-Man Chu, he's been having a pretty good game so far. Front GG, they want to contest ramp, and in fact, G-Man Chu is able to find a kill through the smoke. He takes down SGM, he spotted his leg out and was able to find the kill. Man advantage once more for RBG, and they've been pretty good about holding on to those advantages. Front GG rather, need to change that one immediately. Front GG, they make their way back over to from ramp. It's only Bwills. He thinks he's got ramp control. He doesn't realize G-Man-Chu is staying in towards headshot, but actually the frags go the way of front towards upper. If G-Man-Chu doesn't find a play here, he misses the first shot, nearly finds this double spray down, but he does get traded out, and that means man advantage for front GG 2v1. Wiz, he hasn't been having the hottest game or the hottest series. He's 14 kills across the 2 maps so far, and this would be a fantastic way for him to bring his way back into the series. Op in hand. Combat against Ainge and B-Wills. They haven't spotted him out yet, so he's going to be able to make his way up through vents safely as he gets off the ladder, and he spots out Ainge. Now front GG know where he is, but he knows where they are as well. Molly down, going to be able to block off Ainge and prevent him from peeking and supporting his teammate. But there is a clock on that one. Wiz needs to force on to the player behind the bomb site before the molly goes down, and he won't do it in time. Fail quick switch doesn't give him the frag on a B-Wills, and unfortunately for him, that will be the frag for B-Wills, and front GG will make their way to double digits as well. So they keep this one within 1, and they force RBG into a tough spot now, as RBG is going to have to save, and perhaps this time RBG won't be able to win off the back of that save, and front GG will tie things up. Lobby control as all 5 RBG members make their way in, but Blakers has other ideas with Mac 10 in hand, finds the double spray down, and now front GG know exactly what's going on. Should be able to close this one out. And this game is going to come down to the wire. Beck being toyed with by Pony, but Pony eventually will go down to Ainge on the flank, and things will be tied up. 11-11. This game is neck and neck as we head into the later portions of this one. Round number 23, and things are all tied up. This one could very likely go all the way. RBG generally getting the better of the aim duels with front GG, but Wiz has been having a tough time. Now here, front GG making their way quickly out towards the upper side. 2 members in the bomb site to hold on here. Hex with support, but he doesn't even need it. Hex with the 4K closes the round out for his team, and they find it 5-0. Hex with absolute heroics in the upper bomb site gives the lead back to his team, and now front GG likely going to have to buy up into this one, but Blakers with no money. That means this is an unlikely buy-up to find a victory, and perhaps this could be RBG running away with the final few rounds and taking this one into their hands. Front GG trying to split towards upper here. 3 members make their way towards Mini. They are being contested by the player in the back of Garage, but they're trying to take him down. They know he's in there. They're trying to collapse on him. Will's found the angle, but Pony wins the gunfight, nearly wins a second. He does get taken down, but Walco with the quick trade. Man advantage remains. Make it a 2-man advantage now for RBG as Ainge needs to make a play. He forces the op to miss a shot, and he finds the kill, but now he's into a 1v3. This would be true heroics if he could find it. Smoke down, Walco tries to reload. Ainge could have caught him off guard as he was reloading, but instead fell back. Hex found the frag, and the lead is brought to 2. 13-11 now for RBG. And look at the money in the bank for front. They are absolutely devastated economically. The housing market crashed in their area, but not in RBG's area. On the other side of the map, they should be able to, for all intents and purposes, they should be able to bring this one to 14-11 and begin to close it out. That is the most ridiculous nade I've ever seen. Blakers and Bwills down to 10 HP off of 1 nade. As they make their way into upper, they are able to catch RBG off guard, but unfortunately Glocks are not the guns to find the frags, even when you catch them off guard. So the game will be brought to 14-11. Before front GG can go for another buy-up, and this is do or die for front GG here. They lose this one. The game is essentially over. RBG with a little bit less pressure on them than front has on them. Try and make their way over towards the outer side. Wiz is here to try and put a stop to it. M4 in hand. 4 members here for front GG. Last time around, they were able to use this and gave themselves some space off of a kill towards heaven. They weren't able to win and close the round out off of it as they tried to make their way back in towards mini. This time around, thinking of making a similar play. His Pony, he's got the M4 in hand. He's just holding the garage play, and if Ainge makes his way in, Pony may be able to catch him off guard. And that's exactly what happened, but Ainge finds the kill anyways, and front GG are able to make their way into the red door. They're able to get some sort of control into the lower bomb site. The rotate will be able to come through. RBG still have not allowed the bomb to be planted. Wiz needs to try and hold on. He's going to do exactly that. B-Will's not able to force the frag, and it's going to be 2v4 to play out now for Blakers and SGM. Nade lands directly on top of Blakers. SGM does find a frag for himself into the 1v3. Upper is clear. If he jumps into vents, he's going to be able to get the bomb plant, but he doesn't realize it, and G-Man Chu will close the round out and give his team match point. 15-11 front GG with very little money in the bank. They would have to pick up 4 in a row to close this one out, and I'm thinking this might be yet another 16-11. Two umps, 2 Deegs, and a CZ, and a dream, guys, and a dream as well. They also have a dream into this round, and they're going to need that dream to come true. The dream isn't even that they can bring it into overtime. The dream is that they can win the round. Because bringing it into overtime at this point, it's a little bit too unrealistic. But front GG, they did make Ainge over to outer, over to lower. He's actually able to make his way into secret. It does cause a little bit of pressure on RBG. G-Man Chu pushed off back from ramp. He makes his way into lower. So front GG has given themselves a little bit of map control, and they're able to prevent anything from happening in the meantime, but this lower take is going to be much harder for them. G-Man Chu is here to hold on. He does go down. Entry for Blakers. Now Pony's trapped in towards window here from both sides. He goes down as well. 2 entries for front GG and make it a third. They're able to bring it into the 4v2. Wiz finally with the trade back. He's got some support from Hex. Bomb has been planted. And it's a 3v2 now. Wiz needs to go down, but Beck can't find the kill. It's a 2v2 now to play out from. Blakers finds 1. Hex now 1v2. Make it a 1v1. For it all to do is just to keep them in the game. SGM, he's going to be mollied out. This needs to be a ridiculous deagle shot, and he does it! SGM running 1 Deeg onto Hex, and they pick it up. They keep themselves into this one off the back of a ridiculous round that they never should have won. It's about the 4th ridiculous never should have been won round we've seen this map, and SGM keeps them in it. I wasn't sure Hex was going to check that angle. I thought front, they might be able to be kept in and off of SGM playing in an angle that Hex didn't expect. Instead, Hex knew it was coming, and SGM just took him down anyways. But now front GG. They get Ainge to try and pressure towards lower. That causes the rotate, or a partial rotate at least, but RBG, they still have 3 players towards upper, and this is where front GG wants to hit. RBG are not taking the bait whatsoever. Still, nobody made their way over to lower. They're not prioritizing that at all. Ainge could walk into lower right now and nobody would know. Nobody would be any wiser for RBG. And that means this upper play is going to be a whole lot tougher to work out. Last time around, Hex did some heroics from the back of the bomb site, but actually front, they reconsider the upper play. They want to pressure towards ramp here and push G-Man-Chu off. They will push him off. Wiz is going to get pushed off as well, and the play from Ainge towards mid. He finds one, and the second! And Hex goes down as well. This round is wide open. It's blown up as Front GG find the entries, but Wiz trades back with a double. Wiz showing why he's on this team, showing why he was so impressive against Kinesis with that 2K. Unfortunately, that 2K doesn't make a difference in the round as RBG still forced to save and hold on to their guns, and Front GG bring it within 2. This one could be seeing overtime. Looking at the frags, somehow RBG has way more kills combined than Front GG does. But Front GG is still potentially moments away from forcing overtime. Pause did come out for RBG, so a reminder of the sponsors, AOZat and the British Army, as we're here for EFLGG in the Heartland League Grand Finals, and this is the final map of the Grand Finals, map number 3, and this one cannot get much closer. RBG, they choose not to go for the force buy into this one. Just going to hold on to the off in the hands of Wiz and G-Man-Chu with the M4. Goes aggressive towards the radio room. Not going to be able to find the kill. Actually, the USP finds a frag, and Pony picks up the op. Finds a second, repositions, nearly goes for a third. He will eventually get traded back, but it's a 3v3 with Beck on 14 HP as well. This is very winnable here for RBG, even as they are down with front having the gun advantage. This is certainly a winnable situation for them. In fact, it almost feels like front is the team at the disadvantage as they have absolutely no map control. Lobby and lower in control of RBG. This play in towards window side could be the difference of the game. Hext and G-Man-Chu both here to try and put a stop to it. Front GG, they will try and make their way in. Beck wants to make the play in through radio room here, and he's not able to find the kill. He goes down. 2v3 to play out from. Make it a 1v3. Blakers for the game. If he goes down, he finds the double spray. Blakers in the 1v3, but Wolko takes him out. And RBG close it out. 13-16. Just barely, as Front GG seemed to have a chance. They seem to be making it happen. And even into the 1v3, they almost found the victory. Instead, RBG close it out. And they are the champions of the Heartland League, Season 1, I believe. RBG wins it. And they are your, even after the first game loss against Kinesis, they bring it back from the lower bracket all the way through the tough task of winning while down one map in the finals. And they still manage to do it. They take out Front GG on their own map to close things out, 16-13. And that was impressive, even with Wiz, who was an incredibly impressive player in the earlier series. He was having a very tough time there. He was having a very tough time against Front. Still, they were able to pick it up. They were able to pick up the victory, and RBG wins your Heartland League. So shout out to the sponsors, AOZat and the British Army. We're here for EFLGG. I am Vu CSGO. Thank you for watching, and we'll be signing out.